Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. I'm Andy.
Are you drunk?
Yeah.
I'm good. I promise. I just.
So you are drunk. All right.
I'm gonna be
Hi.
I'm not drunk
probably.
though. I'm not drunk though. I'm just freaking tired. Leave me alone.
My roommate
No.
gave me this blueberry daiquiri that they didn't want because they said it's gross, and I'm waiting for it to thaw enough for me to try it because it was in the freezer.
Oh, I know how that goes. I have to whenever I get a margarita from a local restaurant. Half the time, I don't ever get an opportunity to drink it before it completely melts, so I have to stick it in the freezer and wait for it to become a slushy again.
Huh? That's actually not bad. They said it was really gross, and I'm like, I kind of like that actually.
It might just not
Anyway.
be a fan.
Okay, so this is the booze session.
Armored, you're technically working.
I know.
I don't have any booze.
Speaking of which, hello everyone. I'm Armored Hunter, and
Hello.
I'm currently on call at my job, so I might have to step away here and there to answer calls.
Yeah, look at this Cole being a professional adult over here.
You.
What a nerd.
Meh.
A professional adult with an actual like high paying job and responsibilities.
Total
I
loser.
How dare he?
Good.
It means he gets to buy us presents that are actually worth money.
Ooh, I do love presents.
I buy you so many presents.
I know. I'm actually really upset because the Oreos you got me, the cookies you got me, I can't eat them because of my fucking teeth.
You can
Aw.
eat them after your tooth gets better, though.
They just gotta wait a month.
It's not wrong.
Oof.
It's chocolate. It should be fine.
It's also
Okay. Anyways, Danny, you're next.
Yee. Hello, I am the Danny. I do the Strem. I play the very worry. Especially after last session.
That's fair.
Hello, Percy.
I am girls. I play possibly the smartest person in the room.
Statistically speaking, probably
Smartest person what?
in the room. I think Filsy might be statistically speaking the smartest.
Are
Between
we comparing
fails and-
int scores here?
Yeah.
In scores, yeah.
Int and general information that she's about to drop on everyone.
In terms of this, yes.
Yeah,
In
no,
terms of
Chiffon's-
Failshaven, Failsy is
Int
definitely the most
modifier.
experienced one in the room.
Yeah, no, Chiffon's int modifier is 1, so yeah, it's not
That's
not
still
their specialty.
average.
Yeah, it's above average, but it's not Failsy level.
He's on a 16.
Nice.
Yeah, I think Failsy and Brimstone are the same. It's just Brimstone's is more specialized.
Brimstone's is gun.
Yeah, Brimstone's is far more specialized.
Yeah, Brimstone's just not curious.
All right.
Accurate.
Iron, it's your turn.
Oh, I'm Iron. I do stuff. I'm playing Chiffon. I'm playing the bard thieving person.
What?
How do I describe my character?
The little bard that could.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hi.
Well, that's probably the most enthusiasm we've got out of him in the last 10 sessions. So, everyone, a round of applause.
I am. Yep.
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 Also, my microphone refused to pick up the sound of clapping, so that was awkward for me. But also good, maybe, I don't know. Anyways. And hello, everyone. I am Ash, or Jim, whatever you want to call me. I'm the DM of this group of crazy people. So, seems like everyone's ready. Fairly early for a change.
Yee.
So So without further ado, last time on the Scattered Realms, Session 48. Our band of intrepid adventurers, Ketan the Sublucidous Bard, Dravinche the Human Dancer, Morgan the Hexblade Warlock, Failsy the Sorcerer, Brimstone the Bookie Down Boomy Man, and a new friend in the form of the ever-venturous bard, Chiffon. The party, now divided, made their way through the city still in search of the girl they now know as Sonata. Their efforts in search of elusive fruit near fruitless due to what seemed to be a steadily shrinking supply. Paranoia setting in, aided only by a strangely watching raven and an even stranger talking cat. The most of the party nearly lost their final day before the deadline to another dead end. I made a lot of tongue ties in this recap for some reason. Were it not for the keen eyes of an uncle all too used to spotting a sneaking child, the swift feet of a dancer to keep track of a fleeing quarry, and the kind heart of a sister who knows all too well how to comfort a scared girl, they may have yet lost their chance at finding Sonata. And meanwhile, in Chiffon's attempts to locate their missing companions and compatriots, they found their way down to a hidden prison just outside of the main castle of the city, where they just happened to come across a jailed Failsy clad in magic-suppressing black iron. Acting fast and pocketing a set of keys from a departing guard, they freed Failsy and made their escape. But not before also letting loose all the other prisoners in the hall that covered their exit. On the way out, reinforcements arrive, and they were swiftly and terrifyingly dealt with through a use of massive eruption of acid. That only its maker knows where it came from, which made their escape rather easy. Now we rejoin our party as they sit on the first floor main room of Keeper's home, regrouping and figuring out what they plan to do next. So we are picking back up before your long rest, still in the same night where you all were questioning everything that was going on.
Mhm.
Pretty much, this is picking up pretty much right after Failsy, you got to look over the crystals.
Okay.
Yeah, and Dravinci walked in to see Failsy face planting onto the floor.
So, Failsy, are you okay?
What's going on here?
President sort of rolls over on her back and stares at the ceiling. It's like, yes, I'm fine. Maybe. Just memories.
I assume the crystals?
They're familiar,
Among other things.
Chris?
among other things.
Crystals.
It did. Ketcha looks at Da Vinci, kind of just waves her hand, like, not right now.
Uh,
I mean, Dravenche, it's not too hard to see because they would have had to lift up Sonata's shirts so Failsy could examine them. You can also see that there are these strange sort of purple-ish crystals sort of jutted out of her back.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
right.
Pretty gross.
Sonata said that she'd been talking to Arya. If I recall from a couple weeks ago.
You all had asked her what her grandmother's name was, and she said Arya. That's basically where we ended off.
Doesn't exactly make sense with what I know, but who knows, there could be another woman out there with the same name.
I mean, Arya can be a somewhat common name amongst musical families.
Which would make sense, yeah.
Sonata, what's your mother's?
I'll have to actually roll to see if she's heard it, because young children don't usually hear their parents' names. I hate when digital dice somehow get cocked.
How do they do that?
Oh.
Like, it still
Ah.
generates a number, but the 3D representation gets stuck on an edge.
Oh, you're using like a
Dice roller.
Okay.
I should just lay out my keyboard so I can use my physical dice, so I can let you all hear the threatening aura of the click clacks.
I do love the click clacks.
Click clack math rock.
Isn't that why you buy so many dice? So you have the click clacks?
I actually don't collect dice, unlike most other people here.
Hi.
What are you talking about?
I'm not even going to discuss this with you all. Okay, this dice works. Alright. Still going to use the generated number, but she just sort of slowly shakes her head no. She's just mom.
And she works as a servant in the castle.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the
Did I?
ruler looks like?
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to remember if I had already asked this question before. Did I recognize the woman that I followed?
Based on what we've discussed in between sessions, Failsy. Initially, Failsy realized she was familiar but couldn't put her finger on it. But the pieces are sort of falling together as more of her memories are just sort of being forced to the surface right now. So yes, if you want to make a history check, DC's not too high, and we can... Well, yeah, I'll say history. It'd either be history or insight.
Inciting your own self.
But yeah, that's plenty high enough. Yeah,
Oh, Richard.
you
Okay.
do recognize that woman, and I've already sent you that information.
Yeah. I was just double checking.
Yep. The pieces sort of are falling together now for you to remember who that is.
Because, yeah, speaking to that woman, she was looking for her daughter, and if I know who that is, then I
Yeah.
can draw all the lines for all this information I have, because I've got a little text document here
Yep.
of what Fel does know.
Yeah, we discussed in depth about what you do and do not know. Alright, so. Have I. What was that? She, like, turns over to you, Keta.
Have you seen what the ruler looks like? I don't know the proper term for the leader here.
I haven't seen the king, no.
The king. Well, how about we go get you a nice quiet area so you can get some sleep. Okay?
Okay.
Do you mind if we have our friend Lee here help you?
She sort of slowly looks over at this really big man. As we all are aware, he's a big boy.
Yeah.
He's very sweet and gentle, I promise.
Right, let's see what the click clack rocks say. This is how you know you have really bad memory problems when you go looking for a d20 when you have two in your hand.
Oh, brother.
I've done that
Is-
before. Like, where are my glasses? They're on my head.
Y'all.
The worst thing is when you are literally staring directly at the object and you're just like,
Yeah.
where is it? Like, you notice at first Arya seems very hesitant, but then Lee just smiles at her and she seems to relax because he's just got this big, goofy grin.
Lee, and
Let-
she'll kind of.
Let's go get you some soup, little one. I'll take care of her. You guys talk about this.
Yeah. Thank you.
You do all the big brain talking stuff.
Yeah, Kento will kind of kiss his cheek before he leaves.
Yeah.
Lee, thank
Like-
you.
So,
No problem. I got stuck with kids a lot on the boat anyways. I kind of know what I'm doing. He literally just like he scoops Sonata up underneath one of his hands and just lifts her off the ground without any issue.
Well,
His
kiddo.
hand is basically a chair for her.
Well, kiddo, at least you know Lee will be good with kids.
Failsy, now's not the time for that.
Kids are fun.
Let me cope.
Let me cope. Let me
And-
cope.
Anyway, I mean,
Uh,
regarding everything, I did have a thought that I wanted to share.
What's that?
Well, we do need to talk to Sonata's mom, but I assume we probably don't want to do that within the city, or at least in an area where we might be found. So we get Sonata close enough to the gates so we can leave easily. I can try to talk to Sonata's mom, try to convince her to come with us to get Sonata help, and we get out of here as fast as possible. I mean, what we isn't tomorrow the day that bad thing's supposed to happen, Morgan?
Pretty much, and although I think we might have to convince the mother to come with us. I don't know.
That's what
just going
I
to be hard.
Hmm.
I think I
She-
know what to say to her if you guys would trust me to talk to her.
She's
Can I
very adamant that outside the city is dangerous.
Can I throw in some information to illuminate why it's going to be so hard?
Feel-
If you have any information,
free.
yeah, say so.
Well, I've had such a productive day.
Yeah, so the whole prison bit.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah, that was fun.
How do I do this again?
Can't say I'm surprised, but
It is fancy.
What exactly happened?
Um, before that, you were going to say, Failsy?
Had a very illuminating time in the prison. Some pieces falling into place, so to speak. Sonata's
Well, do
mother.
let us know what those pieces are.
First of all, Sonata's mother's name is Cadence. I'm reading. I've never actually heard the word. Sorry,
Yeah, Cadence.
Cadence.
That's another musical term.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Also, Zelda
Mother's
game.
name's Cadence, and
I don't know.
grandmother's name is indeed Aria.
And you know this how?
Because that's my mother's name.
What?
Huh?
You're telling.
Huh.
I mean,
So maybe you could clarify that?
yeah. Is this relating to Sonata mentioning that her grandmother calls herself a god?
Oh, she does think very highly of herself.
Again, would you please explain this whole relation and who this Arya is?
Yeah, do please elaborate. You're kind of keeping us in suspense here.
Uh, well, this Aria is not. I would assume is not the Aria Morgan's been following. Or
Didn't Arya have a daughter?
One forced upon her, in a way.
I did consider that, though that would make my mother thousands of years old.
I mean, my grandfather is technically thousands of years old too.
Isn't
It happens.
I mean, you wouldn't be the only one here with a parent who's that old, so
I mean, yeah, the Brimstone status is old as fuck.
it?
Fancy, please continue.
That part would be unconfirmed if she is indeed that particular person. But yes, and on top of all of that, she. And the reason I don't speak of her, namely I make myself forget, is yeah, she is also in. I can't remember if she is high ranking or just straight up leader of Magisterium.
Oh,
What?
Um,
What?
okay.
Should I know what that is?
very bad.
Chiffon, you would know what the Cult of Magisteria is. It is the organization that is currently working to undermine all of civilization and destroy it.
Oh well, shit.
So you're saying the potential leader of the cult is in this city?
And your mom, who most likely had created that thing that chased us.
yeah, that makes sense.
Sorry, one second.
Who else has psychopathic parents here?
Not me.
Mine was.
boy.
Neither of mine were psychopathic. One of mine just made very bad decisions.
Never met mine, and glad for it, considering this seems to be a fad going around.
My parents are normal. I mean, as normal as one can get, but you know.
As normal as a war hero and a religious icon can be.
Yeah. Yeah. Brimstone
As
just
normal as being descended from gods, yes.
Oh yeah,
Perfectly
yeah.
normal.
Oh, only one
Normal
is.
as dirt. Just normal as apple pie.
And
Chiffon, these are crazy people.
Yeah, you're nuts. Chiffon's contemplating bailing on this. Like, I don't have a dog in this particular race. Now that I know I'm palling around with the child of like a crazy world-ending cult leader, maybe I should just excuse myself.
Hey, you're
And how
not
do
dead
you
yet.
think I feel?
So, Failsy,
yes,
it's probably going to be hard to try to convince your sister and question mark to leave.
Well,
But you think it could be done?
well,
I mean, the sudden revelation of unexpected family members is generally enough to shake people up. You know,
well,
really,
the-
you just gotta ask and see what happens.
I mean, also, if we tell her that Sonata is in very critical condition, I mean, it could try to play to some motherly instinct she might have.
could, but also remember that she is. It's uncertain how much, but she has been under Arya's thrall for.
So, cult influence, basically.
And
A
also
little bit of
whatever
brainwashing.
is on the city.
Those are crystals that Sonata's fallen into.
I don't believe the fallen into story one bit.
They could
no,
actually.
you know,
That part could actually be true. We don't know yet.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
know, now that we've got cultists involved, child sacrifice seems a lot more likely.
Yeah, from what Failsy has said about her experience here, it does not surprise me that they'd forcefully ram crystals into the back of a small child and make her forget.
For some
Hello.
insidious magical
Okay.
purpose.
First of all, Failsy, what are those crystals?
Well, given that they were in similar ones were I can't remember if they were grown or inserted into my body, but
The ones with Failsy grew out of you. Like it was one of the mutations inflicted upon you as part of the cult's practices.
they used me to awaken Wellsprings.
So,
And
could you?
such crystals grew as a mutative response.
So
So,
you figure they're doing the same thing to this little girl? Just using her as a crystal farm?
The crystals are more of a side effect.
Is there a way we can safely remove them?
Zomodus Temple has had some success in that regard.
I mean, would the Zemodis Temple be the safest place for to take her? I mean, if we take her all the way to Tezril, there's no protection for her. I mean, technically you're her aunt, and I mean, you're married to Jamel, so I mean, there's got to be some wanton of protection there for her.
I mean,
I
if Modus Temple could keep Failsy away from his mom for that long, seemingly
so
without her knowing about it, seems like the best bet.
so we have in my mind there we have three options for getting her protection, but we need mm, we need to focus on getting her out of here. A question does come to my mind though. Why were they so if it was the case that mm, she fell onto something or something fell on her and those got embedded in her from that. Do you think they might be going after her so much because they only have a few of those crystals and can't spare any? Is that a possibility?
Honestly, this is all speculation at this point. We can't really know until we
I don't know what the function of those crystals would be.
To your understanding, they are just a magical conduit. Their only function is to allow a person to be able to handle more magic without dying.
I still only really trust the Zemodis Temple. I mean, they've been, what, fighters against the cult for a long time. I mean, they rescued Failsy.
Yeah, no. I'm leaning more towards that side. They rescued Failsy and kept her safe long enough.
seems like a good plan to me.
I know
Well, this is all interesting.
Oh, hi, Keeper. God damn
I was trying to find you.
Sorry, I was helping that large fellow of yours find the kitchen.
it. Sorry.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
He is adamant about making soup.
He makes really good soup.
Yeah,
I believe it. He seems like a good cook.
Oh. Who out of all of us do you think could be the most persuasive? Because in the
probably
morning, thing is, I can make some of us more persuasive, or at least more charismatic in a way, so that we'd be listened to a bit easier.
Hmm.
Well, I reckon if I take a crack at convincing her, I'll succeed. But only thing is, not certain I should.
The two people I think that might be the best at it is either me or Failsy. But given Failsy standing within the city, I don't think that'd be a good idea.
no.
Oh yeah, that I might be what's the word? I'm a felon in the city at the moment.
And you didn't elect to mention that sooner.
No,
Well, I
it was
mean,
the breaking. Yeah.
I figured that would have been obvious after the whole, jailbreak mention.
Yeah, that checks out.
That would make the point obvious.
S-
Harboring a felon. I suppose it's not the first time.
Interesting. Well, I I could contact Cadence in the morning, have her meet us by the gates, and I could talk to her there. At least it gives us close enough of an exit in case we get into trouble.
Hmm. The problem is all trying to just convince Sonata to even go with us out to the gates.
Well, we tell her that we're going to meet her mom out there.
She's rather small. I'm pretty sure we could just pick her up if she complains.
I mean, again, we just tell her that we're meeting her mom out there, and we have her mom meet us out there. We're not lying. It's just a little smirched up.
Interesting for the chain breaker to mention forcing someone to do something.
Chain
I
breaker.
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what?
That's an interesting title, but given what we've heard about you, it doesn't make sense.
Chiffon has found a drink somewhere and is just sipping it and looking away. I don't know what you're talking about.
There are cups of tea scattered about the room. It may not be yours, but you could certainly take one.
Someone's tea has found their way into Chiffon's hands.
Da Vinci, your tea is now missing.
Hey, Chiffon, is your friend still around, just in case we might need a little help?
Oh yeah, always. Did you tell him?
Yeah.
I'm calling to her.
You hear a thump at the front door.
Oh, is it the door not big enough? Can she get in?
You get the feeling that if she tried to get through the doorway, she'd probably destroy most of the entryway, so she's currently staying outside.
Oh, poor Tutela.
She's big.
I'll bring her a drink later.
To be honest, I trust her the most with in case of need of very urgent protection.
Yeah, she's good for that.
Yeah.
Just can't
But-
fit inside small spaces.
It's her one failing. It's been a continuous problem for us.
Oh, I just think we should. Are we all gonna camp out in the same room at least, so we have tracking of each other in case somebody tries to find Failsy?
That seems the
Why
smartest
is
thing.
someone trying to find me? Oh, right.
You criminal!
Amongst other things, from what I hear.
Mm.
Connected to some of the higher standing people from the sounds of it.
Clearly.
I kind of wish. I'm not good at talking with people like this. I'm very nervous. But we can do it. We can do it. We just gotta get them. Wait, do you have anything of the Zimmer's temple on you, Elsie?
All of your glass gear.
Yeah, like we all have something from Lotus Temple.
We all have something from there.
At least one thing.
Morgan
Listen,
just kind of taps her breastplate.
It's just me being cautious, okay?
Fair enough, fair enough.
Listen, I'm sorry. After that revelation, I'm a little paranoid about you even just being in here.
Yeah.
Keta, one thing you need to keep in mind is if we try to leave and Sonata is not wanting to go with us, You
No,
proved it.
yeah, Dervinci, I know that. That's why we have to convince her. We can't force her to go anywhere. We need to convince her.
You, you did not hear the conviction that her mother had.
If she
She
is
would,
If
really
we
any
can't.
kind of mother, if she's any kind of mother, then knowing that her child is in danger, she'd want to protect her.
she wants to give her to the castle.
Yeah,
Because what?
that's
She thinks it's going to protect her.
Kata, if we can't convince Cadence, then we. At least if we can convince Sonata. I hate to
I
do it,
mean,
but
Yeah,
tell
seems to me like our first priority should be getting the girl out of the city, and we can get her mother after, since she's not going to be willing, and is much less easy to just sort of pick up and throw over the wall.
we can also at least inform her that she has an aunt and family.
Mhm.
It
But
might
putting the
make her
girl in
feel.
danger on the chance that we might be able to convince her mother to go along with us after she's been thoroughly brainwashed to that degree seems foolish to me.
No, that's why I suggested we take her as far out of the city as possible.
she'll even agree to leave.
Sonata might just want somebody there that she's familiar with, be it her mom or, I mean, even Lionel if we can manage to convince him. But I mean, given what he said earlier, I don't think he'll come.
I have an idea, and it might be very stupid.
What?
Seeing if the Arya that I know will be willing to speak to the girl through me.
You can always try.
I mean, it's worth a shot. They are related, seem by what might be an actual literal sense.
I don't
Might
even
be
know if it can be done, but
Weirder
What
things. I mean, Watergun, I healed a god. Weirder things have happened.
Oh, yeah, right.
fair enough. But I don't even know if I'm capable of contacting the one I know that way.
I mean, weren't you able to talk to her before then? Before, though? To ask her about, all this mess? Kind of motions to herself.
Talk to her, yes, but if she would even want to communicate through me, basically use me as a conduit.
Doesn't hurt to.
I would say it's worth a shot.
Yeah.
A
And
lot
if
of
this
things
girl
we
is
don't-
really her granddaughter, she might be motivated to,
Yeah.
might be personally motivated to go out of her way to make contact.
I'm gonna go get some food. I did a lot of running today. Anybody want some food?
Oh, I'm always hungry. Please.
Another
I'm
thumb for the door.
Sounds like Tutilla's hungry also. I'll bring you something, honey. Just hang on.
Thank you.
Just
Kettle
more
will-
consistent thumping.
Kata will go to finally and get some soup.
Not too hard to find him after. Actually, you don't. Keeper doesn't really have to point you in the direction because as soon as you leave the main room, the scent sort of leads your nose. It's not too hard to find. The kitchen's a little run down, as is the rest of this building, to some degree. Doesn't seem like Keeper puts too much effort in maintaining the appearance of things in here.
Mm-hmm.
But you head towards the kitchen and find Lee just currently working next to a wood-fed oven. Just has a big old pot in front of him. And when I say big old pot, I mean like one of those pots that is the size of a grilling wok, but about a foot deep.
Mm-hmm.
Like a communal soup pot, almost. Far larger than he needs.
All right.
And you just see it is currently filled with soup that he is currently stirring occasionally taking a wooden spoon, dipping it in, licking the back of it, and just being like,
Yeah, I'll take 2 bowls of that and a third for my
Stop
friend
it.
outside.
It's not done.
Yeah. When it's done, I'll bring it out to everyone, but I'll kind of just sit in the kitchen for a bit with them and play a lullaby for
You
Sonata.
put some of it in like a big bucket.
Just bring out everybody else gets their portion and just bring out the pot.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the plan. I know the big lady's out there. I remember her. She put me in the dirt.
She does that.
Mm.
She put me in the dirt a couple of times. Sometimes I ask her to.
You know,
I'm not going to touch that.
neither am I.
Maybe for the best.
you do currently see that Sonata is sitting at the table that is in the kitchen with a very small bowl already eating.
Whoops. Chiffon should watch the colorful language then.
Katya will play her guitar for her as she's waiting, just kind of letting the others figure out the plan.
It's another like 20 minutes before he lets any of you touch the soup. It's after he has tasted it about 12 more times before he lets any of you touch it.
God damn, old man, you're gonna eat all of it before it's finished.
He's
I
not
only,
old.
I only take licks. Also, you're definitely older than I am.
He's
Beside the point.
technically, I think, 2 years older than me.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All sources point to him being around 20, maybe 21 at most.
Okay. You guys take what you want. I made plenty. Little Sonata, how is it?
It's good. Just
Not the best soup I've ever had, but decent. Now, the best soup I ever had was this.
Oh no!
actually
Oh, no.
about that. I have to roll his performance check.
Oh, no. Katya's just sitting outside, like, oh no. Oh, no.
Where's that roll?
Yeah, you know, this isn't the best soup I've ever had. Lee just starts vibrating. What?
You hear the sound of grinding stone as you just hear the one word, "Where?"
Fucking
Oh,
what?
I'll tell you where. And Chiffon launches into a very long, rambling, pointless story about that just is tangentially related to some really good soup he had at some point.
Soup is mentioned somewhere. Maybe.
Lee, where is your stat sheet? There it is.
She's an over-exaggerated storyteller until she listens to Chiffon.
Actually, Chiffon, this might be the best soup you've ever had.
Oh, damn.
With a performance check for his creation of this soup at 28,
Shit.
as he has a plus 10 to performance and rolled an 18.
God!
Nice.
You're.
He's very
I take it back. You are my new, ridiculous rambling story about good soup.
Chiffon, you could be so rambling with it because of everything that led to this point.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a hell of a soup story.
It's such a simple soup, but it is delicious. It is a very basic meat and potato soup, but it hits the spot just right after a long day.
What you
A
got in
long
this
day
thing?
of prison break.
You got saffron in this? What is that?
Little bit of saffron, little bit of paprika, little bit of what he's got in here. He's got quite a few things, but it's all kind of old. I did best with what I got.
You did amazing with what you got. Is what you did.
Yeah.
I might have to keep you around. I might have to steal you.
No, no.
Ketchup comes with.
I'll visit you tonight. We'll see how you feel in the morning.
I don't know what that. No.
No.
Just winking.
Katya immediately kind of hugs his side, like, no.
Chiffon, whose eyes are never open, winks.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Katya just lets out the tiniest
That's
of
her
little
secret.
kids.
He's always
It's
winking.
the emotion of a wink. You know the wink is there, whether you can see it or not.
Fair.
It's the implication. Unfortunately, Lee is not very smart.
He's only learning.
Okay. Anyways, if you want your soup, get your soup. I'm going to take the rest out to tell you after we're done. I don't remember how to say her name.
He, there was an effort.
I know it starts with a T. That's about it.
It's Tutela.
Oh. Okay.
Well, Margan, why don't you try before we go to sleep so we're not rushing in the morning?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Have some soup. This might remind you of home, too.
Like, she's been eating this whole time. She's just been kind of very slow and contemplative. Definitely looks like she was lost in thought.
Chiffon has inhaled like 3 bowls by now.
It's
Half the pot's gone. Oh,
no, everything you guys have eaten has barely put like an 1/8 dent in the pot. It's a communal soup pot, and you guys are only like 6 people.
yeah, Brimstone just. No. Yeah, that makes sense.
Da Vinci is just slowly eating one. One bowl very slowly off in the corner.
Could
I
be
think-
spicier, but still tastes pretty good, Da Vinci.
I think
He
Dad told
tosses
me
a pepper
about
into it.
this once.
Okay. Well, I talked to Keeper about getting beds ready, so I'm gonna go make sure they are. You guys have soup. Whenever you're done, someone let me know so I can take the rest of the pot out to Tilla.
Oh, I can take it out to her if you like. I'm probably
Can
gonna
you
sleep
lift it?
outside. Maybe.
I can
Maybe.
lift it.
Mhm.
Have Kat to help you.
All right.
She's very strong.
Yeah. Sure.
Maybe. Looks at my fucking 0 strength modifier. Maybe.
Thanks to Failsy looks at my now +4. Just
Right, yeah. She's wearing both of them.
Remembers the fact that
No. Maybe I could roll really well.
I actually don't think Stefan could physically lift this pot, considering a communal soup pot of that size would weigh like
Probably
100
more than they do.
probably weigh about 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Damn.
A communal soup pot full of liquid is heavy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of food.
Any vessel full of liquid can be heavy.
Yeah, having Dad rescue a pool just the other day, it was heavy.
But yes, Lee goes off to get beds ready and takes Sonata with him to get her into bed.
By the way, if you guys are gonna do any travel around the town tomorrow to get some information, I think I'm gonna stay back and watch her.
Alright.
Probably
That's
shouldn't
fair.
have her walking about just yet. She's kinda. She's not walking too good.
Thank
Yeah,
you, Lee.
that's-
It's
Oh,
safer
no.
for her to rest anyway.
Watch her like Brimstone watches me in a candy store.
So, with a general state of apathy,
No,
No, if you don't watch Katana Candy Store.
Miserable resignation.
If you don't watch Katana Candy Store,
I will spend my entire
half of
allowance
it's
on
gone.
it.
okay, I will do that. Okay, come on, Sonata, come on.
Yeah. It seems like after the initial adrenaline of trying to run away from you guys has died down now, she's honestly having a hard time staying on her feet.
He's so sweet. And he is so good with kids.
Okay, come on.
Why-
Okay, you don't have to walk. Okay, but you.
He just picks Sonata up and walks away with her.
Immediately after Lee's gone, just Keta looks at Chiffon and goes, I'm watching you.
Well, I mean, you're welcome to participate. I'll steal both of you.
You all hear a thump, and then one of the windows just shoots open.
She will. She will.
On the
There's a
note,
scraping sound, and then the pot just disappears out the window.
Oh, I was gonna have another bowl of that. Tutela. Chiffon climbs out the window.
And gone.
Morgan, Before you talk with your friend, maybe I could help just a little bit. Um,
How so?
well, I can't really inspire you at the moment, but I I just want to give you a big old hug because you look very sad. So, is that okay if I give you a big hug?
But again, just kind of softly smiles at her and like holds her arms open, like, yeah.
Keta's gonna hug her, and then as she's hugging her, she's gonna cast Ender's Glamour on her.
Mm,
And go ahead and pop that spell into the chat for the sake of others to see it.
Sorry, didn't mean to tap twice.
Keta cast magic hug.
Magic.
Kenta casts Magic Hug and says, "You go, big sexy."
I mean, is it really that surprising?
Given the spell's name.
One of the potential verbal components for Indra's glamour.
Her verbal component is, "I know you can do it."
The spell has a specific intention, but Keta flavors it another way.
Because she is big.
Again with that spell.
What?
Nothing?
I mean, she probably didn't change to you.
Wait, well,
That's up to him.
oh, that one.
I mean, Morgan's already perfect the way she is. It's just giving her a bit more of a angelic glow.
All the same, thank you, Kata. If I'm sure it'll help. If anything, just to steal my nerves for this.
You got this. You're confident. You're a strong woman. I don't remember all that Aunt Indra says when she taught me this, but you go big sexy.
Yeah, it sounds bad on message.
Thank
That's
you,
all.
Kata.
That's on brand.
Oh, Givenchy.
Yeah?
Just took stock of all my stuff. Looks out of bags of junk.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mom might have confiscated some of my shit.
Oh. Oh.
Namely, that little box you gave me.
You.
She's
Great.
still searching through the bags looking for it.
Mm.
Bork, bork, Bjork, bork, 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 bork.
What was that?
Wait.
They
I
had
just
it
noticed
here.
Fenris is here. How did Fenris get here? Oh, that's what the watch was pointing at. And
The raven.
Fenris?
I told you.
Sniff, sniff, Bjork.
I told you. I'm not going crazy. Something weird is going on.
Is
Yeah.
there a Fenris?
Who can talk to him?
Belzy, you're going to say?
Is there a Fenris here, or is he like in my bag somehow?
No, he's just standing next to you in the kitchen. As per the normal, when not being discussed about, Fenris is beside you.
Yeah, it just took this long for Da Vinci to notice.
Your mind's been elsewhere. You got hit with a big information bomb,
Where'd you come from?
Bjork.
See, the raven earlier. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
Is
Get
that
up.
We left him behind.
I know we did.
Failsy,
But
in
I'm
your head.
asking. But
Fit.
I'm asking.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was going
But
to
I'm
let Failsy
asking
know.
you, please don't bring this up.
Failsy, just so you can know, you hear this in your head as Fenris continues borking at you. I'm sorry for my sudden appearance. I exited a resting cycle and was suddenly here. I followed your scent until such time that I located you, and proceeded to maul 2 guards that were standing guard before the place you exited from.
They were fair.
Good puppy. Gives Fenris a hug.
I do not know how I came to be here, but I am here. And now back to the outside conversation as he continues borking, but it does not translate into normal words for you, Failsy.
Well, anyway. Now that I'm not crazy,
No, you're still crazy.
that's
Yeah,
arguably
I'm
so.
not convinced with that.
We have to sit and root for Morgan as she tries to convince. Technically, I think my long distant aunt.
We don't even know. Gods
I-
are confusing.
If I
I'll go to everyone's room, set up.
Thankfully,
Arya's not a god, is she? I thought she was just
she's,
an
she's Azamar.
smart.
yeah,
No, in your case, Keta, I don't think Indra, or not Indra, Ignesia and Grainam are directly related, so I don't think there's a connection there.
The Granum is also then my granddad, so we are great aunt. But also technically,
distant
Arya,
cousin would probably be the most accurate.
Just as a note, there's no relation between any of the gods.
That's what I was saying.
No, this is Kenta trying to understand it in a mortal terms.
Fair enough. The gods are the gods.
Yeah, she knows that the gods technically aren't related, but
More of a classification than a family.
also, I mean, I do have Arya to thank for the fact that I have my my magic. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
I think both. I think technically Chiffon, Lee, and I have Arya to thank for our magic.
Don't use magic.
Anyway,
Before we call it a night, Failsy, is there anything else you would like to tell us or that we should know about this place and what's going on between you and this place?
Oh, this place. I think a good source of information for us might be the abbey in which I grew up. That's outside of town. And I have the sneaky suspicion that the upper courts have been infiltrated by Magisteria.
are you the reason there's the kind of no magic rule?
I don't think so.
Failsy, you do remember that whole policy about there not being allowed magic users in the city was a thing when you were a kid, too. Like, this city has always been distrusting of anyone with magic.
I wasn't so explosive as a child, but still fell victim to the prejudice against magic.
Hey, what about that wizard that we heard of? The
Yeah. I was actually getting ready to mention that.
There's a wizard?
Yeah. I was actually going ready to mention that as part of Failsy's information she had. Yeah, Failsy, you do remember that when you were a kid, magic was more or less outlawed except by one of like 4 magical practitioners that were allowed to practice in the city under the kingdom's rule. And each one, when you were a kid, had a tower. When you were falling, there was only one tower still in this city. Which is weird.
Yeah, we were told about a wizard from a traveling cat.
Kashi.
That talked, and I wanted to adopt, but I was not allowed to adopt the cat.
I do remember there was like a few wizards that were given special dispensation to do stuff. I don't really know them.
Well, I mean, we could also ask them. They might seem to be knowledgeable. I mean, they know of us.
Maybe.
I mean, you don't specifically send out a cat that can talk just to anybody.
Who said it was necessarily specific? Might have just been seated with that message and set out.
It was staring directly at me.
Can't tell a
We
lot
are
of
new,
things stare directly at you.
we are new in the town, so maybe it's just trying to identify people who aren't from here.
It's also possible in any case. It's probably a good source of information regardless.
I
Because
agree. I'd be willing to check out the wizard.
Fauzi wasn't there, so I can't say that that was just that was just advertisement.
Right.
Well,
But also, it sounds like that she, if any sort of ad she'd think is directly targeted to her.
well, I mean, I know we want to share, want Fails to share information, but Morgan does have about an hour, or I think technically 40 so minutes left on the spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys should turn into bed.
You,
Ketra, come with me before the other one finds me.
Hmm.
I think Chiffon's still out the window,
Yeah,
Let's
he's
go.
outside.
but I need to focus on the spell first.
No,
Yes.
Kata,
you
it's
don't have
fine.
to be near her to focus on the spell.
Kettle then after a moment just relent and be like, alright, fine.
You can focus on the spell while we're getting to bed set. Come on, let's go.
And
If you're chat with your Aria, can you grill her on any connections to my Aria?
If she's willing to answer.
It'd be good to know if I'm actually related to some demonic past or some sort of bestial past or not.
Please don't put too much pressure on her.
No, I'm going to go grill a different lady for more information.
If the one I know is willing to answer, I will tell you what I learn, okay?
Alright. Fro's going to search for a mirror and drag it to a spare room.
Easy enough to do.
I mean, if you ask Keta for her mirror, she'll give it up to you again.
It's easy enough to find a mirror either way. There are quite a few of them in this house. They're just old and dusty. Wipe it off, perfectly serviceable. Are you just going to be trying to commune in the kitchen, or are you going to go to your room for the night, Morgan?
She would be going to her room for this because she would want to be in a fairly quiet place.
Okay. All of your rooms are pretty basic. They just appear to be, since it's very obvious, this was at one point a manor of some sort. They are just old guest rooms. Luckily, because Lee went through here earlier, they're not covered completely in dust, but they still kind of smell a little musty. It's livable.
Okay.
And the beds are comfortable enough.
DM,
Yes,
before we get into this, may I ask for us to have bio break?
go.
I'm sorry. I've been
Okay.
Go panic.
I realized that I didn't have enhanced ability anymore, but I did have Ender's Glamour, which still helps with charisma.
Yeah.
Keta's figuring, hey, you need to be charismatic to talk to somebody, so she's gonna make more
I mean-
charismatic.
Interest Glamour is kind of just like enhanceability.
Yeah, it's
Was it-
just focuses on charisma.
Yeah, it's just a different way of going about it.
Indra teaching Ketcha the spell and all the different kind of verbal components you can use for the spell.
You go, big sexy.
Ketcha casting it on one of the guys and just yelling, "Hot boy!"
Awful. Awful, but wonderful.
Yeah, that sounds about Indra.
Ketcha gently just casting it on Chiffon, going, "You look amazing no matter what. It's just helping."
Go, person. Yeah.
Don't steal my boyfriend.
Yeah, don't steal my man. You have a
You have a giant wife.
yeah. You have a spooky forest wife.
One of many spooky forest wives.
Yeah, I was about to say, bold of you to assume I don't have many forest wives.
I assume nothing.
Oh,
Chiffon has a bad habit of collecting strong waifus
Yes.
and husbandos.
Yeah, Chiffon just has the harem.
Ketcha and Lee get added into to the harem.
What's going on here?
Harem,
Yeah, Chiffon has a harem.
Okay then.
like there was ever any doubt.
Yeah.
Dirty hobo Bard is the most appealing.
Ketcha just has the added bonus that she's adorable.
Mm,
I mean, I do have a 20 in charisma, so
So do I.
nice. We're both adorable.
I have a 9.
Ketcha has that kind of really chubby baby cheek adorableness.
Yeah,
That you just come on pinch her cheeks really hard. But
she
if
is
you do,
very small.
she whines.
Is but little babble.
I think as Bull said it, that she'll never ever be rid of those baby cheeks.
Or because I'm small.
God, can you imagine if Ketcha's a fucking gnome?
That would change a lot of story aspects.
She also just looks like a fucking Keebler elf.
She looks like she's fucking 6.
Yeah, honestly.
I'm
Just
19!
Just perpetual 6-year-old.
When the rage overtakes you.
Ketcha is no longer a bard, but she is a barbarian.
I mean,
When the rage overtakes Lee.
I was imagining the rage overtakes you, and it's just a temper tantrum.
yeah.
You just throw yourself down on the floor and cry.
Both of you to assume she doesn't already do that.
The rage overtakes Lee, but instead of screaming in a primal rage, he just makes the tea kettle boiling sound.
He's doing the fucking boo. He's got steam coming out of his ears.
Yep.
Ketcha has the dramatics meant for somebody much bigger than her, but is tightly compacted into her small form. Like, if
When
she was the size of her aunt, it'd be great.
She was younger. She had the energy of... If she was pretty much just made of pure sugar.
I mean, both of you assume that's just not her now.
Oh, no, it still is, but...
It is also now fueled by a healthy diet that Lee makes her eat.
Yeah, like, it's not just sugar.
And it was never just sugar in the first place, it's just Ketcha has a habit of finding it.
But yeah, but when she was little, it was, like, basically just pure sugar.
Rereading the written RP sort of thing that Felzy is doing currently now.
Yeah, there's a lot of info in that.
Yeah, but rereading it's like, oh, now I've got more. There's
Yeah, there's a disconnect of information.
not so much a disconnect, but new reasons of why Felzy was asking these questions.
Yeah. My favorite thing I don't particularly want to be in the town any longer than that. Not now that I'm technically a fugitive of the state here. ... Stares blankly at the mirror.
Just Elsie, what?
There was lots of offers for possibly a battalion of snake guards to come save Felzy.
Although, to be fair, Jamel being married to Failsy has to be used to shit like this. Just like, I don't know why.
No, usually Failsy doesn't have access to places where people are currently alive.
All I can imagine is if Jamel gets to ever meet Sonata, it's just tiny. It just picks her up, tiny baby.
This is my niece and I love her.
Picks her up. This is mine now.
Sonata just,
Fancy, I would like one.
You got some.
yeah. It's not. I would like one. I brought you one.
This one will not have scales, but I am still curious how it will turn out.
This one does not have scales, but I would love her all the same.
You got this one, and you got ones with scales.
I have the pick of the litter.
Fancy's just a tired parent.
Jamel, overly excitable, constantly full of energy. And buff.
We actually don't know how Miles is already probably a parent.
I feel like that was mentioned when you guys were in the temple, but I can't remember.
I don't think it was.
At the very least, Failsy has explained to Keta how the egg ritual thing works.
Yes, because she wants to try it on Keta and Lee.
Also,
Egg
Andy, your
ritual.
microphone.
I'm
your
intrigued. Chiffon just pops his head in through the window, like, ritual?
It's a long-winded process about binding two souls together.
Oh, okay, that's boring then. Never mind.
That indefinitely revolves around eggs. And that is all I can say in polite company.
Maybe I am interested.
And also the fact that we're streaming currently, so nothing else can be said. Needless to say, they're based on Yuan teas and ancient rituals of actual cultures, so it gets a little freaky.
Love freaky.
Ash,
Andy?
what were you trying to say about my mic?
Oh, you just roboted pretty bad for a little bit there, but it seems to have cleared up now.
It just might be my connection over Discord because I've had to fucking disconnect 8 fucking times like so far, just because everybody will go silent and like you guys will be talking, but I just can't fucking hear you.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It is. Also, I would like to share during this break that on Sunday my wizard fucked up. She became a warlock.
Whoops.
She made a pact with a creature literally called the devil.
That moment when you accidentally a warlock.
Well, hey, I mean, everybody can use a magical sugar daddy or two. Like,
Get yourself a demon daddy.
I think that the funniest part is that he likes to hang out in her head a lot while she's trying to study.
So, you reading books? Nice. I'm gonna read over your shoulder and skip every third word. And I'm gonna read out loud. God, I just thought about how annoying that would be.
incredibly, gosh.
Someone reading out loud,
She's
but
an
they
automatic-
skip every third word.
she's an onomancy wizard too, so what she's doing is searching out things' true names. And her main goal is to find this thing's true name so she can fucking get it out of her head.
What's
No,
going to
see,
do everything is
when you said reading every third word, I assumed it was a situation like, when your parents watch something with you, but they're not really paying attention, so they keep interrupting to ask you what's going on because they're not paying enough attention to tell.
Oh god.
Hey, what's that word mean? Explain it in detail before you're allowed to continue. Dot dot dot. Say it again.
Yeah, wait, what does this part mean again? I don't understand. I just told you about that 5 minutes ago.
Who's this chick? Where'd she come from?
She's been here the whole time.
Tell me her backstory.
It was just on screen.
It's your job now.
Oh my god, I'm reminded of so much stuff with Mom.
Well, depends on what we're watching, because depending on what it is, it's us asking her for the backstories, because we don't pay attention.
Yeah, that's fair.
Looking at you, Twilight Saga.
Uh-huh.
A film series that I actually kind of like, if only because of the fact that I like the cinematography as opposed to the story.
Very
Yeah,
fair.
It is a pretty looking movie.
The makeup that was done in the movie, especially in the later movies, was nice.
Yeah. I read all of the books and was kind of a fan when I was young and a little bit dumb. But I could not get through the later movies. I just could not make myself watch them until I watched the Riff Tracks version. That was the only way I could get through them.
Riff Tracks is a good way to enjoy all movies.
Yes.
Which movie?
Twilight series.
Uh,
I actually kind of like them, if only simply because, as I said, the cinematography in the movies is rather good.
Yeah.
I like the parody movies.
No! Jacob, put your shirt on. No!
That's just Lee. That is just Lee.
Lee, put your shirt on. No.
Turn around for 2 seconds, fucking shirts off again. Ow! Oh,
Lee in full plate mail armor. No.
God, trying to fit Lee into fucking Ketch's dad's armor.
I am one movement away from exploding.
I think half it. I think half his his peck would be hanging out. I want to say another word, but we're on stream.
Have this man titties.
Titties are an allowable word. We don't censor the titties.
Alright then. Is Myth back yet? I know Armored is on formal call, so we will have to continue on without him until he can get off. Hopefully he can still somewhat listen.
Myth.
He might not have returned yet.
I'm dead.
No.
That's accurate.
You
No,
can't
I needed food. I have food.
Okay, good. No dying.
The consumption of food is indicative to not dying.
Yeah.
See, I die every night, and then some son of a bitch keeps bringing me back.
Hi.
You're the Kinney of the group.
What were you saying, Iron, by the way?
I need to get food, but I have to go cook it, so I don't want to take that long.
You can still
Fair.
listen. If you can still listen, that's fine.
Yeah, I can still. I'll have my headphones on, so they're Bluetooth.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can make
it shouldn't take me terribly long. I'm just making taco salad, so I really only need to brown the ground beef.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
and also, to be fair, we're about to do probably what's going to be a decently long Morgan section, so everyone else
cool.
can just listen for now.
Chiffon's just going to be
Stop
outside.
that.
Yeah, Chiffon's just going to be outside goofing around with Tutela anyway.
Haven't seen.
Fair.
He'll probably they'll probably spend the night out there. They don't like sleeping indoors.
That's fair.
Have a little bit of monster mash. I see.
Maybe a little monster mash.
Dirty Hobo Bard.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it was a graveyard smash.
No, Armor, you have missed us shit posting.
Yeah,
Verbally
nothing
shit
important.
posting. Nothing
Well,
story
yeah.
wise has happened yet. Because
Not
we were
one
also
got
waiting
food.
for Myth to get back. Alright, so let's get back into things. Let's go.
Yeah.
So, Morgan,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to attempt to commune with your patron.
Yeah.
I'm going to need you to make a charisma check.
Okay, and I'm assuming because of the Indra thing, there is
Yep, you can make it at
advantage.
advantage.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
23.
Good thing you had that advantage.
Yeah.
Good job,
Thank you,
Kat.
Keta.
Alright. Time to switch to track. You sort of find, as you're sitting quietly in your room, and with the otherwise absolute quiet that overtakes the city at night, really the only sounds you hear beside your own breathing is the gentle murmur of some of your companions still awake in their other rooms. Specifically, you can hear Felsley talking for quite a while, or just the gentle breaths of your other companions as they decide to bed down for the night.
Mm-hmm.
But the slowly but surely, the actual full of the quiet overtakes you. You can feel yourself drifting off into that silence. When you open your eyes, you are now sitting once again on the edge of that pond. Though something odd has happened here. The water itself before you seems to be vibrating. And there is a definite tension in the air. And you do not see the figure anywhere.
I'm sorry if I've come at a bad time for you.
You can feel the air around you sort of bristle a bit, growing slightly colder before carefully evening back out its temperature. A tension and then a relaxation. You get a sense. Sorry.
Go ahead. Finish what you were going to say first.
All right, it's fine. I was just going to say you get a sense of anticipation and waiting.
I found the girl.
Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Brother just busted down my door to show me a bird.
Okay,
You know.
then.
As you do. It's a common occurrence in this family.
Yeah, he's weird like that.
It's not just him.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways. Please say what you said again.
I found the girl.
You sort of feel through the air around you a sort of affirmation, like a steadily growing warmth.
I'm sure you're able to, if you wish to see what I see. But if not, she's very badly hurt.
You feel a rush of wind just sort of blow past you. And the figure sort of apparates in the center of the water once more, almost seeming to rise up out of it. It just waits to hear what else you have to say.
She's hurt. I don't know what to do. I do know what to do. I don't know how to go about it. The best thing to do is obviously get her out of this city, but she may not willingly come with if my memories from when I was young like that and in trouble. You want your mother, and she may not come without her. I don't know if I would be able to convince her.
You sense remorse, though it doesn't feel targeted at you.
And there's also the matter of information that has come to light from one of my companions.
There's a bristle and a tension there as well.
And that information is connected to this girl, Sonata. Her grandmother shares the same name as you do.
The figure before you slowly turns to face you. And for the first time, it is starting to take upon itself a form. You do not see features of a face or anything of the sort, but there is a physicality to its body that you have never seen from it before.
The girl's grandmother's name is Arya. And as it turns out, that's the same woman is the mother of my companion.
There is a slow nod.
My child.
So then, Vales's suspicion is correct.
This is my fault.
Oh. It's not. I don't see it as such. Could just be that I have a different perspective.
You hear just the figure heave a deep sigh. The water around it starts to take on that same vibration again. That same tension. Two daughters.
Two.
One by blood and bone, and another in spirit. Were it not for me granting you my power, the one in spirit would not have suffered this pain.
Not necessarily true from what Failsy has to say of what her mother has done and is capable of.
I do not believe you understand.
Then explain it to me.
She steps towards you from the center of the lake. It is bizarre to see her so physical. When you first and for a long time spoke to her and communed with her, she was nothing more than a sensation. And in recent months, little more than a head of hair and a feeling. To see physicality to this form which you have known so long as formless is bizarre. And strangely grounding.
Mm-hmm.
My aspect that I so closely guarded to keep it safe from the world, to keep it safe from prying hands. I let it go, and it found anew. Hope is once more born into the world, but this means that hope can die.
I don't want to let that happen.
But can you stop it?
I don't know, but I'm willing to fight and try.
The figure nods.
My child, for as much as she is too much of him, I still wish her no harm. But I have felt a great sense of pain surrounding her. I know not her intentions, but I know what she has done. And she intends his revival.
You speak of Corvinus, right?
You feel the whole of this visionary plane shift, taking on a red tinge and an intense heat before it dies down after a few moments.
Yes, I do. I was uncertain. Your vision, I saw it. I saw that girl. Sonata's her name.
Yes.
I saw her, and I thought that, at first, that is my daughter. I suppose it might be more accurate to say that she is me. For as strange as that is,
Strange or not, even without promises and obligations I have to you, I would still be wanting to help this child.
at this point, whatever you do with her is your own. I don't know. No aspect of my soul was ever meant to touch the stream of rebirth. And yet somehow, a piece of it did. When I granted you my power, and I became one with you,
What
a
are gonna...
piece.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead and you describe your thing.
Is there... The gears are ticking in Morrigan's head and she's making a connection. But go ahead and finish what you were saying.
A piece of my being was shunted out to make room for you and myself joining. To make room for you in here. And that piece found a vessel. One that could hold it.
And that happened roughly 8 years ago.
No. That happened but a few months ago. I do not know if her birth coincides with this, but I do know when that power left me.
Maybe it decided to find a piece that was as old as the connection was.
Perhaps. As old as the connection, and with a blood relation. I do not know. I suppose it tried to find me. And she is the closest thing it could find.
And for all those months I've been traveling with her aunt unknowingly.
Bizarrely enough. I do not know how to feel about that.
Filzy... I don't always agree with her, but she's a good person, I feel. She has her own way of doing things, and she gets results.
Perhaps noble intentions with interesting methods. I do not know.
That sums it up, though, pretty well.
I wish I could offer you more aid. But at this point, I do not know what comes next.
I did have an idea of something that might help, but only if you're willing to do so, and only if you're able.
To have me speak to her.
Through me, yes.
I do not know what aid that would bring. She does not know me. even if she is, in a way, myself.
Might convince her to come with us to where we can get her to where she'll be safe. To be able to be healed.
I will see what I can do. But you will not know what happens.
I accept that.
You will remain in here while I am out there. Just as I remain in here while you are out there. This is to show an immense measure of trust towards me.
And I give it to you freely. You've put so much trust in me. It's the least I can do is return the favor.
Very well. So you consent to relinquishing your form to Arya?
That I do.
Very well.
And
Does anyone else have things they're doing over the night?
Keta, before she goes to sleep, is just kind of do a round of checking on everyone. Just kind of walking, checking, see if everyone's doing okay. Poking her head out the window, checking in on Chiffon and Tutela. Not looking for too long.
Whatever is happening, and we won't discuss it further on stream.
And she's just going to see if she can ask Keeper a question, if she can find him.
Sure, he's not too hard to find. You actually find him as he's getting ready to head out the back door with shovel in hand.
Do you mind if I ask you something before you work?
Certainly.
You obviously read of the god Grima. Are you a Nazimar of his? Or theirs?
Grima has no Asimar.
But you are merely a servant, then.
Yes.
A very powerful one, it looks like.
We all are. You hold a standing a bit above others, and are tied to the divine of life.
A little unwillingly, but what can I do?
I would not say it's an unwilling connection. You could deny it, and it would break. Born of blood does not mean a connection unbroken.
In your eyes, you see it as Grainum. Or
I see it as life. Take that as you will.
Sort of a knowing glance, even though you can see none of this figure's face.
Thanks, I guess. I mean, my other question was actually, were you a part of the war effort, or at least burying the dead that came back?
No. That would have fallen to another.
Can I insight?
Sure.
Alright. Just because it doesn't trust this shit at all. 19!
should probably roll the actual dice. Okay. You don't get the sense that he's lying, but he's probably not telling you the whole truth either.
Whatever you have stays between me and you. You obviously know a lot more about me than I think you do.
I know only what I see. And what I see is what's inside.
So smoke.
A bit. But that's only because your kind are so attuned to their own souls.
Did you meet any other of my kind?
A few.
I know this is going to sound strange to ask, but given, my connection to life, I don't talk to many people dealing with grandma. My people...
For why would that be? Life and death are inherent to each other.
One is necessary for the other to happen. Yes.
Both are necessary for the other to happen.
She gives a look like, you know what I mean.
He seems very serious about correcting that statement.
It's hard to explain, but finding out recently any information about my kind is hard. But were they ever buried? Like, as bodies?
Few had bodies left to bury.
So are they just crystals?
He sort of leans the shovel against the frame of the door and turns to look at you. And starts walking towards you.
Oh god.
Roll initiative.
There is inherently something intensely menacing about this approach. Whether or not it's intentional, you have to make a wisdom saving throw to resist fear.
Alright. Let's see, Keta. You can do it, baby. 6! No, you can't!
No, he is approaching you, and this is inherently... And you don't know why, because he's been so cordial this whole time. But just seeing this figure approach you just immediately strikes a chord to make you fear for your very soul.
Yeah, it's just gonna reach up and kind of put an arm over her chest, instinctively kind of protecting whatever vital organ she can.
He stops before you. Lifts one hand up, finger pointed forward.
At me?
Yep.
No.
And extends it forward until it taps your arm.
If you die while stuck in that form, there's nothing left behind.
No body, nothing.
Indeed.
Do their souls enter the stream of rebirth?
Some. Your soul is inherently unstable. That's what gives you the power you have. And this means if you die, there's a chance that you're just gone. At least, if you dive too far into that power,
You know, at times I don't think I have a choice about how far the power goes.
then you should speak to the one that lives in this city.
Wait. One of me?
One of the few left from the Great War.
Okay, wait. Kenta looks like she's about ready to, like, fall over.
Yeah, your like knees are shaking right now because you're still terrified.
Are they
That-
are they the mage? The wizard?
Indeed.
Well, that makes a little more sense on what the cat. Okay, I'm good. I think I'm good. No, I'm not good.
A chair sort of like scoots up behind you and knocks your knees out to make you sit down.
She sits down and kind of holds her head in her hands and goes, "Okay, cool. I didn't think there. As far as any time I've researched, there's been none left."
Few still survive. But he has been particularly insistent on not leaving his body.
I'd imagine, hearing that information, I just died and that's it.
Yes. He's a rare case. He was a revenant before he became sublucidus.
Was he a part of the regimen?
It was before that was a thing. I recommend not speaking to him now, though. Wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, I need to sleep. Oh, dear gods above. At times I do think I'm going crazy.
Count to 10 enough. You'll eventually reach 11.
If I do get back to see, to the Bastion, I have some people that I might need to ask some questions of.
I don't see how that's my business.
No, but you might know one of them. But, as you said, he had nothing to do with the war.
No. If you want the one who plagued the war fields, collecting the souls that could be collected to rebirth, you'll have to find the one named Judge.
Judge.
Yes.
I might ask Brimstone if, given he was in the war, if he's ever seen him. But, thank you, Keeper. Kind of. I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Good girl.
He just turns, takes his shovel, walks out the door.
And the second Kenta gets upstairs, she just kind of puts her face into like Elif's chest, screams a little bit, and then promptly falls asleep.
Oh, that jiggles the meat. Okay, you're good? Okay, you're good. Okay, go sleep.
Just pats you.
God damn it!
By the way, Sonoda's here, so don't roll around too much.
Is Sonata in the bed with them?
She is currently sleeping in the crook of Lee's arm.
Oh, they're so cute.
Okay, don't make too much noise.
I'm good.
Here, you go on the other side. Don't lay on my chest. I don't want you to roll over on her.
Chiffon tries to sneak in later, sees the kid, and just turns around.
That's fair.
We'll have other chances.
All right. That's everyone, though.
God. Oh God, I'm glad I actually asked that question then.
Yeah, that would have been fun tomorrow if you didn't know that going into it. But still going to be fun.
Yeah.
You all find yourselves to rest.
Question. So, are these single person rooms or
They're intended to be.
Okay.
The only reason why the Lee and Kenta situation works is because Lee actually took a bed out of another room and put it in a room to make a bigger bed
Yeah,
because he needs a bigger bed to begin with.
and probably don't want to leave Sonata alone.
That too.
Okay, so just Da Vinci would have been maybe in the room next to Morgan and trying to put out his frustrations in working on his piece.
Yeah. It's going. At this stage, you don't have to make any rolls on it. It's just progressing.
Yeah, working to create wings out of wire is
It's
it's very tedious, I say as I'm making chainmail.
Yes. Incredibly tedious processes. Wire, chain, it's all tedious. But yeah. You all find yourselves to rest for the night. Everyone gains the benefits of a long rest. Bonagun, when you come to in the morning, you are not in your room. You are actually currently laying down in the main area's sitting room. You have no idea how you got there. Well, you have some idea how you got there.
Guys!
And actually, Morgan, when you wake up, our Sonata is laying on your chest. She's just asleep, laying on your chest.
Just wakes up, sees that, decides not to move because she doesn't want to wake sleeping child.
Kenta's vibrating as she's sitting in the chair. Guys! Guess what?
I'll say this is after everyone has reconvened, gotten up, and breakfast is made.
Yeah.
Just to skip us along.
There's another one of me.
Keta, we always talk about spouting random stuff in the morning.
How's some coffee, Da Vinci?
Da Vinci, you don't understand. There's
Whoa.
another one of me. My people.
Okay, I was more concerned that there was another Keto.
The world cannot handle that kind of chaos.
Also, Brimstone, have you heard of a servant of Grimma named Judge?
Why?
Well, Keeper said Judge was the one helping to collect souls on the battlefield during the war.
It's been a lot of wars. You're gonna have to be more specific.
No, that's literally what Keeper told me. Judge was the servant of Grimma collecting souls on the battlefield during the war. I had some questions for Judge.
What kind of questions were there?
None of your business.
That's kind of rude.
If Fails is allowed to keep secrets, I'm allowed to keep secrets too.
I mean, I don't think Fails should really keep it secret. I got a lot last night. It was a lot. Like a lot.
So, other than the vision, Brimstone has never encountered Judge before.
I mean, I will say this as an aspect of the story. No one normally sees these people.
Okay.
They are basically the Grim Reapers.
Okay, fair. I mean,
you might have been aware of its presence, because at one point you worked near the Revenant Regiment, and they are weird about these figures.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But aside from that, aside from the vision, you've never really seen Judge before.
I mean, you don't really see these kinds of people when they're working.
Well, hopefully I can ask him some questions, because apparently if I die, there's a possibility I'm just gone. No more Kenta.
I don't know if you're gonna get to ask questions before.
I don't like that idea.
Yeah, kind of implies you've already done that.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of still concerned about the fact that, that, again, I may die and there's just no coming back.
You generally don't come back from death, Kenta.
Well, no,
Eh.
like, your soul enters the stream of rebirth. That's how I was able to talk to my grandma.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think she's meaning more of a final no souls coming back kind of thing.
Yep.
I guess. I don't
And-
fucking know.
First of all, too heavy a topic for the morning. Sorry, I did not have a good sleep.
That sounds like a you problem.
Secondly, this might just be my opinion, but why does it matter?
Well, because the fact that, it might not matter to you, but it does matter to me. Because if there's a possibility that, like, other souls are out there, I'm like, the solution is, maybe I might get to find and talk to them. I mean, there's already one still alive, and we're gonna go talk to him? I mean, are we
But-
gonna go talk to the wizard?
I'm just going to posit this as a question. Are you going to talk to them? Or is it going to be an aspect of you that you will never know or like there's nothing that you could gain from it. Once you are able to talk to them, you move on. So live your life as you can, not worry about the afterlife. I don't remember any previous reincarnations. So what's the point of worrying about what happens after you die?
No, it's more so like, you have, Da Vinci, it's hard to explain a lot of research in about 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, but, all the research that I did when we had the Zamota sample of finding out the ways that the Sublucitus continue to live on after death, and the possibility that the soul just goes kaput. Nope, no more soul, no more you. The process is fascinating. I'm sorry that I'm fascinated by something that has happened plenty of times before, but the information has been lost to the generations.
I'm not blaming you for being fascinated with something unknown. I get fascinated sometimes. These
I would like to be with death.
okay.
Wow.
You do you. Ugh.
But anyway, are we actually gonna go talk to the wizard? Because, like, if not, I will go by myself.
I mean, we don't really have any other things that I'm aware of that we have to do, so.
I mean, trying to get Cadence talk to.
Well, yeah, but
So
I don't
how
see how
about
good that
we
goes.
at least have a discussion with Sonata before we start running around the town?
Gotta wait
Where-
for her to wake up first.
She's groggily awake right now. She just has like a small plate of eggs in front of her and some toast. And she like occasionally like she has like a fork and knife next to her, but she doesn't use them. She just sort of grabs a handful of scrambled egg and just puts it in her mouth and starts eating it.
Oh.
And every time she does it, you can see Lee visibly wince. You can
Oh.
just hear the gears grinding in his brain, just like, that's bad table manners. Chiffon, whatever you would want for breakfast, Lee prepares for you. You don't know where the ingredients come from, but it's tasty.
Oh, that's delightful. Chiffon got a second breakfast then, because they also got up early and stole something.
That's fair.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Now I want to picture Da Vinci Hazumu rice.
Lee could make it. He knows how to make Tezerelian food.
All the time catches eating, she is
What?
vibrating.
That would-
That would technically be Blossom King. It's Lee. He knows how to make it. You could describe it to him and he could figure it out.
It's Lee. He inexplicably knows how to make it.
Well, that's why I just said you could describe it to him and he could figure it out.
Right.
Omu rice is not hard to figure out. It's an omelet over top of rice.
Can you?
with a bunch of other things.
Kanto's just kind of continuously going on about the fact that like she is very surprised that like another person of like her kind survived. She's very excited.
Well, if you guys are going to talk to Sonata, do it. I'm going to be watching her today so I can try to get her a bit better on her feet.
Yeah.
That's up to you guys.
Well, Morrigan, do you want to or coffee? Start.
Da Vinci, I'm gonna do something to you, and you're either gonna love me for it or you're gonna hate me for it. Okay?
What?
You'll find out. Give me a few minutes.
Oh no. Anyway, Morrigan, do you want to start with talking to Sonata?
By the way, Sonata, anytime she's been looking at anyone, she's actually been looking at Morrigan.
Yeah.
Like, she just will occasionally look up from her plate to glance at Morrigan.
Then, what happened last night? I heard some stuff in your room, and in the morning, find you in the hall.
I talked with the Arya, I know, and then I asked her about the commuting through me, and I don't know what happened from there.
I mean, yes, another night, so
Yeah, that was weird. You came and got me to talk to me. You were like glowing, though. I don't know, but we just talked. You said stuff about powers and about hope. I don't understand, but it seemed important.
That's because it is. Whether you realize it or not, Sonata, you're a very important little girl.
Okay.
oh, sorry, Armored.
No worries. Yeah, she's right. You, from what we know, you do have a power to you.
That's what she said last night, too. She told me I could inspire people and give them hope. But
Yeah.
she said I'd have to figure out how to do it.
We can help you.
It is with any power. You have to learn to use it.
Yeah. But I don't know. I just want to be with my mom.
Sonata, speaking from an experience of where you are right now, it's really scary to be told that you have power and that you're supposed to do things. And I mean, your plate is a lot bigger than mine at the moment, but
No, it's not. You have a lot bigger of a plate.
That's not literally, sweetheart.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. But see, I know how to do a little bit of your power. You see, remember the magic I showed you?
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm what is called a bard. Okay? And
Oh,
bard and bards are meant to inspire through song, through words. I mean, you inspired us. It may seem very scary, but I know you can do it. Okay?
uh, I'll try.
I can help as much as I can.
Okay.
And Ketch will kind of stick out her hand just so Sonata can like, not like it's just kind of like touch hands.
She just sort of pats your hand, not really sure what the gesture means.
Well, I mean, I can try to get Cadence to talk to us.
We're so Sonata.
Mm-hmm.
We're we're concerned that someone in the city wants to do you harm,
Mm.
and we want to help you get away from them.
Yeah.
Does that mean they want to hurt my mom too?
We we don't know.
We're gonna
We
try to
don't think
convince.
so.
We're gonna try to
You,
convince her to come with us as well.
okay. Please try.
We will. I went through some scary things when I was your age too, and I know from that it's very important to at least try to have your mother with you.
Failsy, I think you might want to. And she kind of nods her head towards. You might comfort her a little bit.
Mm,
To hug her or
Failsy!
mm,
If Failey doesn't want to, she doesn't have to. It's up to her.
I mean, ultimately, it's better when you're starting out traveling. Travel with someone you trust, especially at a young age. When I've had to deal with that before. Not me traveling, mind you.
Okay.
Um,
she
but I did once travel with the boy about, I'd say, twice your age, and yeah, it traveling with someone who you know can protect you and someone who you know you can trust. It's very important when starting out.
Did you like the sound of the music last night, Sonata?
It was pretty.
Do you want to try out an instrument yourself?
Um, not right now. I kind of just want to get some more sleep.
Mm, Let's, yes, so she's learning a lot right now, and we don't want to front load her too much.
Yeah. We have a little bit of time, but we just need to. We need to be cautious.
Yeah. For right now, though, It's important that you stay here where you're safe. Lee's gonna keep an eye on you today.
And you could maybe hang out with Lionel.
Okay. I'd like that.
Question, Sonata.
Mm-hmm.
Would you feel comfortable traveling with Lionel?
I would like if you come with us.
Okay. That's all I wanted to ask.
Okay.
How about you keep that teddy bear I gave you?
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I have plenty of. That's good.
She just gives you a little nod.
I think I have some extra paints for when you wake up. And I think we should probably get going. Take the morning while it's still early, I guess.
Yeah, Felzy, before we head out, I would like to talk with you in private for a moment.
Sure thing.
And Keto will just get ready for the day out, kind of covering herself up, and leave Sonata with some.
All right.
Renji's just gonna mope at the table with the coffee.
Eventually Lee brings you a tiny cup of coffee, Dravinche.
Oh no!
What's this?
You're gonna regret it.
I don't think you're supposed to lead with that.
Yeah.
No.
He's a thrill seeker. Well,
Yeah.
let me be more specific. You're gonna regret it in about 3 hours.
Why 3 hours specifically?
Because it's
Yes.
because it's 3 ounces.
Oh.
Is he gonna poop himself?
I don't know. People talked at the same time. I didn't hear what just got said.
I asked if he's gonna poop himself.
No, but he's just gonna regret it. He's gonna have a headache later, but this will make him wake up now.
I was up till like 3 a.m. I lost track of time working on stuff. Well, nothing venture, nothing gain.
All right. Well, for the next minute, Wrench is under the effects of the haste spell, and for the next 3 hours, you're awake.
Oh boy.
And he's gone.
Just suddenly nyong, out the room.
Why?
That's Star Crush coffee. It's fun.
Somehow during that he casted long stride on himself so he moves even faster.
All right, you guys go get your stuff done. I'm going to take care of Sonata.
Be safe, okay?
I will be.
Just big old hugs before they have to leave.
Okay. All right, y'all be safe too.
Mulligan just nods and then pulls Felzy aside to chat with her for a second.
Come on, Sonata, we're going to do some finger painting. You're young enough to do finger painting.
I like to imagine during this talk there's just an occasional blur that zips by.
Monaghan and Filsy.
What can I do for you?
Well, I was able to ask her and she was willing to answer.
I'm not going to like the answer to this, am I?
depends on how you feel being the granddaughter of the first Asimar.
Okay. That sounds slightly good, but there's some undertones of
Well, I just.
the other half of my lineage.
Well, from what Arya did. The Arya I know, what she did have to say on it. The one you know as your mother takes more after her father. And I don't know if you've been researching the name I gave you before, but that would be your grandfather's name.
I have done a little bit of research. Kind of hard to do without access to a library, being on the road and all.
Yeah, I know. Probably will be expedited if we're able to get back to the Zamodus Temple, because, oh, that library was glorious. There might be something in there.
Jamel has been doing some research for me while I've been away. Though she's not as great at hunting through books as I am. She's been doing her best.
Well, she can probably at least help give you a head start doing that.
Do you recall the winged serpent images floating around the Samodus temple?
Vaguely.
It's core to the religion there.
I remember seeing the images, yes.
Well, a little bit of good news. Those are not Kubans.
Okay. That. I don't know what to do with that, but I suppose that is good news.
I also had similar thoughts and decided to ask. She did give me a name for that the Yuan-Ti have given, either have given or have received from this entity that they worship.
Okay. What would that?
I feel
According to the discussion, apparently Jamel just discovered the name.
just discovered. So written down long ago, either been given to or received by. I don't. That's at least that's what Fels is assuming. So unless like a seer has given Jamal the name, Fels is assuming that it was written down somewhere.
Based on what she told you, it seemed like it was written down.
Yeah. But sometimes, you know, superstitious people will give a name just so they got something to call it.
Yeah.
I don't, but the descriptions is vastly different to your vision of a beast of darkness. The Yuan-Ti's winged serpent is a being of radiance and color.
Yeah, I'm just based on the description I have for what I saw and seeing the depictions there, they are very different.
Failsy, would you like me to say the name out loud so you know how it's pronounced?
Sure?
Aviri.
Aviri. Aviri, the great wings of twilight. I think was the full title I was given.
This is for what the Yanti worship, or
That is what that is the apparently the basis of all the winged serpent iconography you would find in the temple. Possibly of relation to Corvinus or a local legendary figure.
possibly. I wouldn't know though. I don't have the years of cultural understanding about it that you do. I was only there for a few short days. You lived there for how long now?
Felsi sort of does a mocking sort of counting on figures and is like, a lot of years.
Yeah, fair enough. You understand it better than I would. But I do appreciate you sharing with me that.
Oh, yes, and the current research has revealed that this Avari is
A theory.
Aviri. Quickly reading through the text that I've got here. Is either the moon or trapped inside the moon. One of the moons.
Huh. If they are the moon, freeing them might, unless we could find a way to make a replacement, that could be disastrous for the world at large.
I'm not sure why we want to free her, if anything. I'm not sure why she was in there. Possibly she's just gone for a nap.
Fair enough.
That's, like I said, this is just bits of information I got from Jamel during our conversation last night.
Okay.
As far as researching Corvinus goes.
And I do appreciate you sharing with me. I'm sorry I didn't exactly get more than what I had to give you about what you asked me.
Well, that does prove a couple things. If I'm correct, then that would make my mother the direct offspring to your Aria, and does place my mother to being exceptionally old.
Yeah.
And not much of a mother.
Given what little I know, I'd be inclined to agree with you. I don't know a whole lot about your past, and I'm not gonna pry and ask you to tell your whole life story because that's not my place.
I'm not sure how to inform Sonata of our relation. One, I don't really look like her, and how do you go to a child and go, "Hi, I'm your aunt"?
Yeah. Although with the conversation that was had, that is confirmed. You are the girl's aunt. By blood. A lot of the suspicions you had were true.
I hate being right sometimes.
Well,
It does make me wonder why I remember being in the Abbey for most of my childhood.
I wouldn't know.
I wonder if that's it. If there's more to the Abbey than I actually remember.
Anything's possible.
I do feel as deeply connected to Magisteria, the Abbey of Greenham.
Oh,
Might be a front.
possibly. I don't know if you would want to be able to speak with her at any point, but if I can extend the offer to you if she's willing to speak with you at any point. Although I don't know how often she's willing or wanting to do that.
Speak with Moonlit Aria.
Yeah.
I consider it.
It's up to
I think
you.
she almost as much as she might hate my mother.
She didn't express any hatred towards you. None that I could pick up anyway. The offer's on the table if you want to take it up, though.
Give that some thought.
Fair enough, and if your answer's no, just tell me, and that'll be that.
Depends if I have any pressing questions.
Right now, we've got a task to focus on.
All right.
Yeah. Where do we want to go? Serious Tower Man? Greet
All right.
the Abbey, or just generally destroy the city?
So
Tower,
that's
please,
act-
tower, please.
So I'm actually going to pose this as a question to you all right now because we've got about 30 minutes left based on when we started. Where would you all like to go for this final leg of today's game?
Tower. Tower.
I mean,
Keta seems very adamant about the tower.
Yes, Keta is adamant about the tower. Da Vinci is curious about the tower, and it's probably better we stay in the vicinity of the town for the time being.
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm just really excited now. It's like, oh god, I have so many questions.
I guess we're going to the tower then.
Brimstone is dreading the tower
Nice.
because it's someone potentially like Keta and also somebody who casts magic.
Fair. All right. For the sake of expediency, and because it's not particularly hard to get through the streets, you all make your way over to the tower. Probably takes you until early in the afternoon, about 1 or 2 o'clock before you get your way all the way over there.
Where in
So-
the
You
city
didn't leave,
is...
you didn't leave super early either.
Yeah. Where in the city is it located so I can have the
It is the giant tower in the bottom right hand corner.
bottom right-hand corner tower. Got it.
I imagine by this point the coffee would have worn off.
Yeah, it wore off partway through the walk. The headache wasn't nearly as bad as Lee was making it out to be, but it did hit you like a ton of bricks all of a sudden, just like, the day's fine,
Pardon the interruption. Can I say that Chiffon snuck off somewhere else before they left?
Nothing is going to stop Chiffon from not sneaking off. If you want to privately
Accurate.
message me what you want Chiffon to be doing, go ahead and do that.
Partially just because I want to go make brownies, but also because Chiffon doesn't have a ton of investment in what's going on right now. They want to go poke around maybe the prison again, see a little bit about their personal quest.
Fair enough. All right. I'll cover that with you probably after session then in some direct messages.
Okay, I'll still be listening, but I'm gonna go make brownies.
Gotcha.
Maybe do them
point, we don't-
brownies.
At this point, we don't question Chiffon leaving. They just usually bring back more friends.
I mean, if Chiffon asks, fails, he would go to the prison just to go blow some more stuff up.
It's less that Chiffon asks and more that you go look for Chiffon and Chiffon is gone. This has happened twice already.
That's what I mean. Is like, if Chiffon asks, fails, he would be more than willing to go blow up a prison.
So yeah. You all are heading to the tower. The sort of immediate headache wears off before you actually get to the tower, though, Dravenche. It's not very long lasting. So you all make your way over there, and from the outside, it's a very impressive building. Probably a good, if you had to guess, around 10 stories tall. Which makes it stand out in very stark contrast to all the relatively normal-sized buildings around it.
Is that taller than the castle?
The castle itself, I mean, the highest points in the castle are slightly taller than this tower, but, like, in terms of single, like, constructed buildings, yes, it is taller than the castle. The castle itself is only about 5 stories tall. Like at its highest standard usable point. Because it's a fortification tech castle, not just extravagant castle. Castle.
Ah, practical castle.
The second they get to the door, Cat is immediately just knocking.
Boy, this place is a tall tower.
Yep. And the first thing you actually notice upon you guys getting close and up to the door is the fact that there's a sort of ridge going around, like a ridge or completely around the tower, about at the 8-foot mark. And right above the door, as you step up to it, about 9 cats appear and just look down at you.
Ah!
That's a lot of cats.
Hi!
You know what? I'm gonna say the joke. That's a lot of pussy.
Oh,
I think you made them mad, Dravenche.
No, it's just a really fat cat meowing.
if you could tell the person here that there's somebody at the door, if you don't want me to knock.
The fat cat turns and walks away.
Or wait like a minute or two.
A few minutes later, the door just sort of opens and there's a cat standing in front of it.
You're a very good kitty. And Cat will reach out and kind of scratch behind the ears.
This is like one of those. I forget what this actual breed of cat is called. It's the cat that looks like if a Shar-Pei was a cat. Where they just have like the super fat cheeks and scrunched in faces.
I've heard
Persian?
Not quite a Persian. Like, it doesn't look like a purebred Persian. It's like if a Persian was an alley cat.
I assume we're going up the steps then? Cat just says to the cat.
Just looks at you. It's a cat. It's letting you inside, though.
Is it? Are you describing basically that one cat from the "Ma, there's a cat in the yard" videos?
A little bit. Not quite as weird looking, but a little bit.
Okay.
Keta will scoop up Kitty and start walking up steps.
Well,
All right.
door's open.
Yeah, you all head inside. You head inside. There are more cats inside.
Are I love this place.
Like, in this
Yeah.
main room, there's probably about another 12 cats.
Morgan's, because of cultural reasons, on the lookout for any black cats with big white spots on their chest.
You don't see any that strictly match that description. I mean, obviously, there are some black cats with white spots on them, but nothing that specifically looks that way.
Okay, so there's nothing that fits the description, the physical description of a keshi.
Not immediately.
As Cat is
Boy.
walking, she kind of says quietly, I wonder if this is a trait shared amongst, well, you know what, kind of collecting a certain type of animal.
Man, this
Possibly.
place has more cats than some of the old ladies I had to stay with.
This reminds me of all the bunnies I have back home.
Is someone there?
Ah!
You just hear echoing down the stairway.
Hello.
You sent a cat out yesterday. It was a black one.
Oh my god.
Oh! Come up!
Cat is already all on her way up.
I'm on the 3rd floor in my sitting room. Come on up.
Also, Keeper said to come meet you too.
Oh, Keeper?
Yes.
He's not trying to kill me again, is he?
No,
Are you assassins?
no, I'd be a terrible assassin.
Hold on,
Not this
again?
time.
Okay, if you're not assassins, you can come up. If you are assassins, please leave. I don't want to deal with that right now.
I love him so much.
I-
Cat quickly upstairs.
I mean, if I was, I'd certainly lie to you and still come up.
You know, that's fair. Still, you can come up. I get the feeling I can probably deal with you if you are.
I have candy.
I'm intrigued.
Da Vinci's already going up the stairs.
Oh.
Cat is absolutely excited.
Somehow Brimstone looks angrier.
Alright, so you all head up the first ring. By the way, the bottom ring, it's basically set up as one of those, like, gigantic cat gyms.
Yes.
Like, it's a basically almost 80-foot across room that is just set up with tons of cat furniture and, like, various overhanging bridges and feeding stations. It's absurd, and there are so many cats here as you're walking forward. And, like, they're following you around, and one will, like, a couple will occasionally just, like, jump on you as you're walking forward.
Da Vinci will catch one.
Ride you. Yeah, they just, like, sit on you.
Keta will start talking to them in Celestial like they're babies.
I'm now picturing, because Da Vinci's still wearing the hobo outfit, just like all of a sudden he's got like 15 cats sticking out various parts of his outfit.
Yep. One is specific. A very tiny little kitten is just sitting on top of Brimstone's head. None of you saw it jump up there. It just appeared there.
I'm just picturing the teeny tiny kitten that's it currently in one of Kitten Lady's litters she's taking care of, who is like half the size of her siblings.
Probably. You make your way up to the 2nd floor, which thematically changes a lot. It goes from being just Cat Wonderland to being an alchemy lab.
Ooh. I
How-
shouldn't touch anything.
How that stays clean with all these cats, I have no idea.
You say that as like a floating dust broom just goes past you.
Oh, an unseen
Oh.
servant.
That explains it.
Refrain from touching, but Failsy isn't.
Fancy, don't make a beard.
You touch a lot of things. If you steal anything, that's up to you.
No, just looking, trying to absorb all the information.
There's a lot of information down here. And then you go up to the 3rd floor, which, by the way, they're getting slowly smaller as you head further up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they decrease about, like, 5 feet with every step up. You go up to the 3rd floor, and it is a library.
Ooh.
Just
Ooh.
floor-to-ceiling bookshelves across the whole thing. And you hear, as you're getting up to that floor, just, I'm over here. You can come on over. I have some chairs ready. How many of them are you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
5? Crap, I
Sorry.
need another chair.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Mm,
It's fine.
eh, 5 and a dog.
Excuse me. What?
The dog
I
can
think.
sit on the floor.
What's your name? I didn't exactly get to catch it.
Right. You round the corner and see this figure sitting in a chair.
Oh.
Is it? Oh god. Oh no.
You see an armored, robe-garbed skeleton sitting in a chair, surrounded by cats.
Brimstone just. What the fuck?
Ketchup
I
puffs out her
think-
cheeks and goes, "I didn't expect the subject to look like that."
Well, hello!
Holy
Hi.
shit,
That's
that's
questions at this
amazing.
point.
You asked my name? Well, it's Tim.
Hi, Tim. My name's Keta.
Of course, Tim the skeleton.
Yes, my name is... Get ready for this one, guys. My name is Tim Parton.
That explains all the cats.
I don't know what you mean by that, but okay.
My name's Keta. Because I have a lot of cats in my arms. I can't shake her hand at the moment.
It's fine. The touching and petting of the cats is handshake enough.
Well, Keeper told me about you because you're supposed to be like me. In a way, I guess.
Yeah, and just for those on the stream, to describe this character, as I said, it is literally a skeleton, no flesh or anything on these bones, but he is currently garbed head to toe in a completely black robe. But on the chest there is actually armor plating extending down his forearms to his elbows, and his chest armor actually somewhat resembles a pattern of ribs wrapping around him.
And he has cats on him.
Yeah, just covered in cats. Well, yeah, if Keeper sends you, I'm sure you're friendly enough. Even if you're not assassins, you're friendly enough. Even if you are assassins, you're friendly enough. Keeper always sends nice ones.
Yes. Well, we came to ask some questions, but my questions are a bit more personal.
Well, that's fine. Can't promise I have answers for them, but I can certainly promise that I can try to answer them.
I mean, my first thought is, how are you alive?
He's not.
I don't know what you mean by that.
You're a skeleton.
Well, I know I'm thin as of late, but you don't need to say I'm a skeleton.
Like, also, Keeper said you were around during the Great War. Well, the war, I guess.
I remember the war days.
Well,
Those were strange days.
you said you were a sublucidus.
He has no face to make an expression with, but you can almost feel his expression just sort of lax slightly, as if remembering. The teeth rattle slightly in his head. Yes, I am. It's been a while since I've heard the word, though.
Well, I'm one.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Huh. You look so young.
I'm only 19.
Wow.
He's a fresh one.
Wow. I didn't know they were still making us.
Well, no, they're not.
Yeah, there was a long process involved.
She's a special case.
It took a god and I think two separate Asimon.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But I thought all of our kind were dead.
Oh, no, a lot of us are.
Yeah.
Eh. Oh, well.
I mean, I'm alive.
Good for you! It's good to see a living one. It's been a while since I've seen a living one. Seen a couple of dead ones. Seen a couple of ones sort of half stuck in that half living, half live, half dead state.
Like you.
I don't know what you mean by like me, but okay. Seems kind of insulting you'd say something like that. I take offense to it slightly, but I'll let it pass.
So,
Oh, my apologies.
so you had a smoky form?
Yeah, of course. It's kind of our shtick.
See, I just recently knew that I could do that.
You are just coming around to the age where it would become a thing.
Yeah, it kind of exploded after a battle, and then everyone's like, "Oh, what the fuck's going on?" And then,
Yep, that checks out.
I have a tail and wing. Sorry, I need to shush.
I'm assuming you all have questions, and I don't really have any questions. I could probably try to provide some answers if you all are wanting to ask me something. I've got nothing better to do. My cat's already got fed this morning, so I'm good.
I'll go sit over here. You guys ask your questions first.
Well, we originally first heard about you from your advertisement cat.
Oh, yes! He's doing a good job. He goes to find anyone new in the city and tell them about my place. So if they need any sort of alchemical imbibements, I can help them out.
So you mainly dabble in selling alchemy?
Well, alchemy, magical items, tomes, spells. Curses being lifted. I'm a mage. I do all that stuff. You got a curse? I can fix it for you.
And
He says while
I
pointing a
don't know.
bony finger at him.
I might, I don't know. I know a bunch of people have cursed me in the past, but I don't know if any of them stuck.
I know how that goes. You can almost feel his non-existent eyes roll. Boy, do I know how that goes. Lovers, I know how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that's exactly cursed, but you know.
Oh. There's no curse stronger than a lover scorn.
Oh boy, don't I know it.
I don't see any curses on you right now. So, you're fine.
Well, do you want to ask
that's
about
good to
the
know.
magic in the city? About making people gray?
But I was going to get to that.
You talk too much.
I mean, you're all talking a lot. You sound like you're beating around the bush.
Well, one question I have is, how well traveled are you? Like, have you been around places like the Blossom Kingdom, around Tezverel?
Oh boy, yeah, I have. I'm actually originally from the continent that we now call Magisteria.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was there before the whole thing with the Great War happened, and before it became what it is now, where it's all kind of frecky.
Do you have an associated celestial parent? Or at least god?
I mean, probably. I honestly don't remember that. That wasn't really privy for me to tell.
Well, I mean, I know mine. That's kind of obvious.
To my understanding, from what I was told during the process of it, I'm what they refer to as a convert, not a born.
So
One of the people that were turned into us at Lucidus, not born as one.
Oh.
Into one?
Yes, it's a very long and painful process, and many people didn't survive it, but I had a leg up on some of the other appliques.
I mean,
I thought you could only be born as one. That's.
Well, to be fair, no one really remembers how it was done. The dude that did it went into hiding.
The dude? Like an actual, like, mage?
It was like a weird green guy.
Yeah.
Just glances over at Brimstone.
Yeah. Brimstone just like, yeah.
Actually, yeah, looked a lot like your friend there, though with less contempt and more interest.
Yeah, remember we learned in the labyrinth?
I mean, I didn't think that, like, they repeated the process, because that might kill people.
Oh boy, did it! It killed a lot of people. I think there is a success rate of about 20%.
Yep, that's a lot of dead people, given how many.
Well, for converts at least, which were the majority of the force, Borns were a bit more in the range of 50 to 70% as time went on.
I guess that's not good statistics. I'm not good at math.
Converts never really got better.
Another question. Do you know
Maybe another answer.
Do you know the goddess Altia?
Whoa, that takes me back. I
I can
remember. I
imagine.
remember. I remember a bit about that. That was a big thing during the war. About her fall. That was quite an event.
Yeah. Uh, um,
Yeah, she fell
are
during one
you
of the great battles. Wasn't really
are
privy
you
to know the details on that one, unfortunately.
are you aware that there's a piece of her in the city?
I mean, there's certainly a lot of powerful magical artifacts in the city. If you're asking about the one currently in the center of the city, then yes, I'm aware of that. It was myself and some of my other compatriots in the Mage Guild that helped construct that device.
Oh, really? Could you tell
Yes.
us more about it?
Hmm. You could, even though the eye holes do not narrow, but they feel like they narrow. Hmm.
Suspicion is growing.
I'm curious why you're curious about it.
Well, no beating around the bush this time.
For once.
I shut up.
That's
Uh,
got some history to it. That was laced with some serious sass. Now I'm curious.
I like him so much.
I happen to have a piece of her as well on my person, and
And that dog is
I
one.
and yes, that Fenris is one as well.
You're all like dripping magic, by the way. It's somewhat impressive.
And I ended up. This is gonna sound weird. I ended up meeting Altia, and now I'm on this divine quest to try to get as many pieces of her so that she can be rebuilt.
Hmm. All right.
Not a lot of things shock you, does it, Tim?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you consider shocking. I'm
Well,
I'm I'm old enough to learn that you kind of just have to take things in stride.
That's fair.
Da Vinci will pull out the watch, open up to the compass, and show about it pointing to the castle. So this directed me to the castle.
Guessing that's some kind of radar, even though I don't know what a radar is.
Compass.
That word.
It originally pointed to her gravesite, you could say, and now it's pointing to different pieces of her that are nearby.
Well, that seems really convenient.
Oh yeah, it really is. Really is.
Well, good for you. Well, I've got no business in that. I've got no business in that stake. Do whatever you want to when it comes to the gods. They're not my problem.
But back to the device.
So, I'm guessing you're asking about it because you are wanting to get it to put her back together.
That would be the hope. I can understand that that'd be probably a very difficult undertaking.
Definitely. Well, I can tell you a bit about what it's doing. Do you know a spell? Some of you look like a arcane sort. Yep.
Kinda,
Does a
sorta.
Yeah. Fair enough. You're a warlock. She's probably like a bard or a sorcerer or something. Hard to tell.
Bard.
I can see your magic is attached to your will as opposed to your force of presence as opposed to your intelligence or willpower.
Ketcha just kind of lets out a little bit of a.
Yep. That seems about right. Anyways. Essentially, that device is enchanted to cast a very large and powerful scaled calm emotion spell.
Why?
That's what I thought.
Yes. It is doing that because, simply put, if it wasn't, everyone in the city would be going mad.
Why
Wait,
would they be
what?
going mad?
Oh, because of what's underneath the city.
All the wild
What?
magic.
Well, wild magic, sure, but that's everywhere in this world. For Pete's sake, if you go like 5 feet in any direction, you'll probably stumble across the stuff. It's seriously everywhere. It's like herpes or something.
What's under the city?
Like an old
Yes.
tomb. I didn't bother digging into it too much. It wasn't really my business. I just set up shop and now I help maintain that device.
So I think we shouldn't move the device. If a tomb that's gonna make people go crazy and probably murder everybody.
Yeah. It's kind of why we built it. Now there's some new lady in charge. Apparently she's not very happy with it and she's working about it. I don't know. I'm not telling her where it is, though.
Are you afraid she's
New
gonna hurt
lady?
you?
Oh, no, I don't care if she hurts me. She can't kill me. I'm more concerned about the state of what will happen if she finds the device and destroys it.
What do you mean she can't kill
I'd be
you?
worried about that too.
I'm very hard to kill. People have tried. Death
Is your-
itself has tried, and I'm still kicking.
Is your soul stuck in between? I'm sorry. I recently learned about what happens to our souls.
I guess I should say I'm what's called a revenant.
No, I couldn't
Really?
tell.
Yes, a revenant is a person who their soul, no matter what, will always return to their body as long as their body is still around.
So you've kept your body around,
Yep, so I always get to come back.
and you're
No matter
just
how much...
just in your natural body.
Yeah. Well, as long as I've got a body to come back to, whether or not it's the one I was originally born with or one I've recreated, magically speaking, through the use of things like a clone spell, doesn't really matter too much, as long as it works. Been on this one for a while, though, so it's doing pretty good.
I imagine you might have been a part of the regiment then.
No, no, no. That was a thing in the most recent war, when they started actually making use of our kind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
From what,
I think he's from a lot long ago.
well, from
Yes,
what
I'm from the First Great War.
From what
Yeah.
Keeper told me, the regiment was kind of made after, and you weren't a part of that.
No, I've kind of grown past the whole warfare and bloodshed thing. I'm just kind of more interested in the furtherment of arcane knowledge at this point. I got all the time in the world, I might as well use it.
Since you were a part of the first war, do you remember a being called himself?
I remember words about a fae being called that, but that was even before the First War. Like, I think he died at the beginning of the First War, or he disappeared.
Well, since you're a very intelligent man, what do you know of technically what would be like, what I think, time travel magic?
I know that if you go messing with time, you're gonna get yourself killed. The only being to ever truly master that was Altia and her following. And
What?
even they didn't tamper with time to a great degree.
What if
Just
one
holds up the watch.
what if one were to have accidentally been set back in time, did something?
Then there was probably a good reason you did it and it was meant to happen.
Alright. Okay.
The things that rule over time, trust me, you don't want to mess with them. And if you get to do something with time, it means they're letting you.
Okay, so that was supposed to happen. Okay, sorry. There's a lot of things that like have recently happened. Like I may have accidentally cast a very high level spell and I did not know that I did it.
Oh yeah, that happens sometime. Arcane artifacts, they screw you over a lot, but you look fine. You don't look cursed.
It was a cup that I technically absorbed into my soul.
Ah, that's fun. The purple and the green one look a little cursed. But I don't know any of your names, so well, you said your name was Keta, so
Yes, I'm Da Vinci.
okay.
Are you three?
Just kind of nod to the others.
Morgan just kind of waves her hand. Morgan.
All right. You've got
Well-
something going on, but it's not a curse.
She just shrugs.
What about you?
Fails gives a nod. Fails is a modus.
Ooh, fancy. There's a Modus Temple. Been a while since I've been anywhere in that region.
Did you get laid there?
I mean, few people who go there don't.
To
At
ask,
least go there without spending some significant amount of time there. I spent there to learn some of their arcane knowledge and help them study some devices they'd unearthed from their ancient temple.
I mean, that's how I learned more about us.
That's fair. I gave them a lot of research on us.
I read your work then.
Good to know. Alright, so you're Failsy. Who's the green one?
Brimstone.
It's a good name. Strong name. Like it.
Fuck do you mean curse?
Like you have dark magic hanging over you that's actively working against your existence.
I think it might be your armband.
Probably.
No, that's actually blessed.
Really?
Yeah.
It's the rest of him that's cursed.
So his just entire being is cursed?
It's like his soul is attached to something really evil.
Well,
That seems like a you problem, though.
Given what we
yeah,
learned,
a little bit.
I have a
what,
question. Oh,
what makes you think I'm cursed?
Well, you are dripping with wild magic, like absolutely soaked with it. It's like you just dived into the ocean, crawled out while you were covered in about 19 wolf pelts.
That's an oddly specific number.
And yet it's an oddly specific and accurate claim.
I'm gonna.
Lived experience?
Maybe.
I've-
Listen, when a man wants a fish, a man gets a fish.
I'll offer up a candy towards Tim and go, I have a question because you seem to see us in a magical sense.
It's kind of hard not to. You're dripping.
Do you see me
There's
in
so
the...
much lad. There's so much magic here.
Do you see me as, like, person, like flesh?
Oh yeah, I don't have like soul vision. I just have like detect magic.
And I just get concerned because some people just like, oh, you're smoke, and then I'm not, and then...
No. I can tell you're Lucidus given the way the magic radiates off of you, and I kind of recognize my own kin. But other than that, no, I'm not seeing you as like a weird, smoky, wispy girl.
How does it look? Because I know I can learn that spell. So,
Detect magic?
well, yes, I know I can learn it. It's just how does our magic look?
It's like you have mist around your heart.
No.
You can actually see our souls with detect magic. Because they radiate a magical aura.
boy, that reminds me of some terrible pickup lines I've heard.
Like, seriously, letting you know, if you have people tracking you, it's pretty easy to find you, because we do radiate magic like wildfire.
Oh, that's not good.
Fantastic.
Were you ever hunted?
Oh, definitely! After the war, and I decided to defect to become an independent contractor of magical arts, I definitely was hunted by the people who were in charge of me, and wanted me to continue to serve in a war I did not want any part in.
Did you know that they create weird flesh amalgamations of us?
Oh, that's the Magisteria shit.
Yeah, I had.
Yeah.
They smell gross.
Yeah.
Well, they're rotting flesh. What do you expect?
Yeah, I had to encounter one close up. It was not fun.
Oh, wow, I'm surprised you're alive. You don't look old enough to deal with that sort of thing.
I run fast.
That is a good idea.
And
I don't
she's been
fast enough.
traumatized of it ever since.
What?
That is a reasonable thing to be traumatized by.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
19 fucking 3 months ago. I barely left my house, and now I'm being told that, oh, yeah, you have soul magic.
Your chair like slides over to him and he pats you on the head.
I offer him up a candy. These are my favorite. They're maple candies.
Oh, thank you. Takes it between his bony index and thumb. Just hang. Crunching sounds.
I come from the Emerald Plateau.
Oh, that gums the teeth up real bad. Oh, it's tasty though.
So they have a specialty for the Emerald Plateau.
I might have to make my way over there. It's been a long time since I've been over there.
If you do, there is a very lovely tiefling woman named Bliss. She runs the candy shop.
Bliss.
Yes,
That name sounds familiar for some reason.
purple tiefling.
Hmm.
Really hot. Like, extremely hot.
Maybe for your persuasion, I don't know.
Uh,
Not too interested in that particular business. Bliss sounds familiar, though. I feel like I've heard that name before. I'll have to look at my journals to see if I've heard that name before.
Is there anything that you can tell me about us that would be important to know?
Well, I'll give you a warning.
Yes.
You seem a little bit more not put together, no offense, than we usually are.
You know, I've been told a lot.
Whoever did yours was a little bit of a hack job.
Ooh.
Are
Wait,
you a born or a conversion?
I'm a born.
Oh wow, okay. Jesus.
Like I said, it was an involved process, even
Technically, I had to.
getting her here.
You
I
look like a conversion, but you're a born?
I mean, yeah.
Whoever did yours did not know what they were doing, gosh darn.
I mean, it was Raynham, Mom. I think Aunt Indra helped.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like they did it on purpose, then it just happened.
I kind of happened after, I think, a long while of figuring out how to do it, and I almost died. A lot.
Yeah,
Jesus, it's like you opened up your ice cupboard and threw it all in the kitchen and somehow you made a cake. Gosh darn.
Yeah, it wasn't.
There was some ham in there, yet somehow it's still cake.
So like the whole wings thing and the tail, normal?
Yeah, that's normal. That's part of our transformation.
What's not normal about me?
I would need to see it to tell you. I can't see it. I just know that you're unstable.
Nobody can see in here, right?
This is my professionally established wizard tower, and you're worried that people are going to see in here. Do you even private sanctum?
No.
Well, you're not a wizard, so that's fair. No one can see in here.
So she kind of like scoots back a little bit and gives her butt a little wiggle.
I even busted a scrying focus that was following you guys whenever you came in here.
What?
Oh, there was one following us.
Yeah, there was one attached to the purple girl.
That makes too much fucking sense.
You probably broke a lull, didn't you?
Yeah.
Ketchel will give a little wiggle and stretch out and let loose.
All right.
I mean,
For the first time since this has ever been a thing you could do, you voluntarily assumed this form.
This is weird.
And oddly enough, you're not quite as billowing of smoke as you normally would be.
Oh, Ketchel kind of like lifts up her leg a little bit. Not as wispy.
Yeah, and your proportions aren't super weird and kind of random like they sometimes end up being.
My head is where my head should be.
Well, it's like sometimes you end up with like super elongated claw-like fingers, or the same with your feet,
Yeah.
or your like tail has barbs on it.
You know, I kind of look normal now.
Yeah, you look pretty stable. I'm assuming you can't typically, just based on how you looked previously, I'm guessing you can't typically do this on command?
Not really. It kind of just happens when I get anxious and scared.
It's stress-induced.
She's normally like a giant cloud.
Okay. How long does it typically last? Like, how long can you maintain the form?
About a minute.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
That little?
Yes.
Like, Borns could normally assume that form and then don't have to leave it.
I
And even conversions can usually maintain it for like 10 minutes to an hour.
Might be part of that whole
Yeah, that is...
not being well.
Well,
Well, I can help you fix that. We can put it back together if you want. It would take some time.
If it can help not have it be stress induced, it kind of gets nerve wracking when I get scared, and then I'm afraid I might explode.
Yeah, we could certainly work on that first. That would just
How
require
long
the
would-
stabilization of your transformation, which is something I can do with potions if you have the time and coin.
How much coin do you need?
I'd have to look into it again. It's been a while since I've had to make anything remotely like that.
and how much time do you need?
Potion probably take me about a week to make.
Oh,
I have
don't have that.
I've got multiple locations though. This is not my only tower. This is just my current residence because I'm trying to maintain this beacon of calming.
Do you have a location near the Bastion?
No. I have a location in the Blossom Kingdom, and that's about the closest one to here.
Oh, what part of the Blossom Kingdom?
The Central Mountain, the Great Spire. I have a tower on the spire.
I mean, I think Mom might be happy to know that I might have a bit more stabilization.
At this point, your form reverts back into normal Keta.
Yeah, kind of gives a little bit of a shake of the head and all. Oh wait, you might know of my mom. Vivian Tezrael.
That's an Azamar.
Yes,
Not really my interest, but yes, I am aware of the Azamar.
that is my mom, and she helped make the cake out of ham.
You know, I'm the one that said it, and I'm realizing how absurd the expression is.
But it works.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Yet apparently, with how apparently shoddy it was, it put her down, for 3 years.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised she survived at all. She must be a very strong woman.
Apparently, before I was born, she was very powerful and very scary.
Yeah, not gonna lie, you being born probably ripped part of her soul out. I don't know if that's too much information to give you and it's gonna make you depressed, but I'm being honest.
I'm already depressed.
You should talk to someone about that.
I could talk to her. She's Asmar spiritual healing.
You should talk to someone that isn't your mom about that.
And where can I might need to go to the Blossom Kingdom and find a therapist.
There are some good ones
Well-
over there.
Well, I might be able to recommend you a few.
Do you have any other questions about magic? I don't want to take up too much of Tim's time.
Well, it's nice to have visitors. I don't usually get any, so I'm fine with this.
I do have a question.
I might have an answer.
You see the magic on us. What
Mhm.
do you see on me?
Well, you've definitely been touched by some of the gods. I can see that on you.
I think
You've
some
made-
of them want to fuck him.
I mean, some of them are very adamant about expressing sexual desire, which is weird. It's very weird.
Well, let's see here. I've met
I
three
could see
gods.
You've been touched by the god of life. I can see that on you. You have some kind of contract with him.
Yep.
And then you've been affected by Altia. I could see that, which is kind of why I'm not calling complete bullshit on your claims.
Mm-hmm.
That's rare to see that in this day and age. Still exists, but just rare. People still do commune with her. Her presence isn't gone, because otherwise time would be very confused.
Oh yes, yes, it would.
You have a little bit of a touch of Ignesia on you, but I'm guessing you're from Tezrel based on your very slight accent you still have, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot of people from
Yeah.
Tezrel have a little bit of Ignesia in them.
Yes, that is true.
She gets around. It's weird. It's really weird, and I don't like it.
I heard she's very pretty.
That she is.
To your standards, maybe.
I mean, technically, my aunt is part of her son being my aunt.
I mean, I don't like Angel that much either. I'm not super interested in people.
Makes
Anyways,
sense.
Fair.
you got something else on there as well. I don't recognize it.
Met. Is it possibly Magisteria?
No, well, yeah, you got wild magic on you, but Magisteria's traces aren't really existent anymore. Her godly essence is kind of screwed up. So it's really just any wild magic you come in contact with is technically being touched by Magisteria, so it's a little hard to track. No, I mean, you've got something else in there as well. It's
Okay, that. Sorry,
It's like buried
just,
deep down in your soul.
Okay, that's the part I'm concerned / curious about.
Yeah, I don't recognize what it is, to be honest, dude.
Wait, really?
I don't have all of my memory intact right now. I'm several hundreds of well, no, wait. Looks down at his hands, counts fingers. I'm several thousands of years old, so I gotta keep records to keep some of my memories in stock. I can look and see if it reminds me of anything, but it's definitely something weird.
I would honestly be very appreciative if you could do that because I've heard comments about it multiple times and I'm just baffled as to how this could even be.
Alright, I'm gonna need some of your blood and some of your hair. This isn't negotiable. You want me to look this up? It's not negotiable.
I mean, he's got to have something to reference it with, doesn't he?
Pretty much.
Fine.
Alright, come over here.
Tim, do you know much about Lavani?
Oh, wow, you guys actually know what they are?
I mean, we had to face the Kraken.
Yeah, the Leviathans, as they're called now. That was a thing way back in the First War. They actually aided us quite a bit.
Do you know the Kraken?
I don't know it personally.
Well, I mean, have you
I know
heard
of it. Yes.
I didn't expect you to know the Kraken personally.
You know, not personally, but yeah.
Dravinche, he pulls out a vial and, like, plugs it onto the tip of one of your fingers. And just, it fills with your blood. You feel a little bit woozy, but you never actually got cut by anything. And he just reaches up and pulls, like 4 or 5 of your hairs out. Like, he's very unceremonious about it.
For the hair bit, Da Vinci would have just nimbly slipped a dagger out of his sleeve, cut a bit of hair, and gave it to him.
He still reaches up and pulls them out because he wants the roots.
I'm sorry for
That's
laughing.
nice. Alright, vial of blood and a couple of hairs. He drops the hairs into the vial. That should give me enough to be able to trace your soul essence.
Oh, okay.
I'll do some research into that, and I'll send you. I'll give you a sending message if I find anything out.
There's a particular reason why I asked about the Lavani then.
He looks over Keta.
What?
I'm guessing you've had some personal experience if you have any knowledge of what they are. So either someone you know died and came back, or you met someone.
What do you know of the big shark one?
The big shark one?
Like, if there's a big shark one.
Yes, there is.
Where is it?
That is up by the Corial Isles. It patrols the sea up there.
Do you know? Okay, this is gonna sound.
That's like a really territorial one. It will kill you on sight. Always angry.
I assume their children would be angry as well.
You really can't judge a child by their parent.
Mm-hmm.
So
they have a disposition to have some internal rage, of course, but that's not necessarily going to be the absolute case.
I may have met one from that big one. But he's much smaller, has a lot of teeth.
Yep, as children do. They typically are smaller than their parents.
Well, not
At least
like
if dispersed.
But yeah, it's just he has lots of teeth. He also can cast magic like a bard can, but doesn't
Then
know.
he's probably a bard.
Well, he also doesn't realize he's casting magic. Is that like possible?
I mean, some people have innate magic and then somehow learn how to focus it through other means than becoming a sorcerer. Dirty, dirty, cheating sorcerers.
Hey,
No offense, Purple One.
Yeah.
You seem
Sounds like that
studious,
has
but you
knowledge,
acquired
huh?
your magic through cheating.
She
Well, I mean
couldn't help that she was born with it.
that might.
You
make
actually
sense.
can help that you're born with it. You can purge naturally born magic out of yourself and learn how to funnel it further through arcane arts. I mean, most arcane practitioners like wizards could have been sorcerers initially because you have to have some touch for the arcane to be able to use magic, period.
I mean, that would explain how he's really good.
I understood all
And
those
I've-
words separately.
I've never gone to a proper bard college. I kind of self-taught.
Well, I'm assuming then you just learned how to manipulate your magic through the form of song.
Yeah, it
There
kind
you
of
go.
morphed into the guitar, and it's just been confusing me. And I assume he's also partially denying it because he can't understand it.
Well, most people who can't understand magic but end up with magic do end up having that same sort of complex, so it's not that bizarre.
Yeah, sounds
Um,
weird.
A question regarding Lavani.
Yeah, well, you go.
Do you know of a crow Lavani?
Not one that's been around for a really long time, at least.
What one did you know of?
Well, there was a Lavani known as the Seer of Fortune. One of the original Lavani. After whatever came before them, they never really spoke of what they referred to as their grandmother. Could never press one for enough information to get about that. Apparently, it's a very private topic amongst their race.
I imagine.
But
it's
yes.
also a very private being.
Yeah, so apparently it originally started with something called the Grandmother, which I'm saying it now, and it's kind of weird to say, but Grand and then Mother with a space in between. Keep that in mind. Or the Great Mother. Mother of the Deep, some of them call it.
Did you ever see the Seer of Fortune?
Never personally, though I did hear of her fortunes.
Are they fairly accurate? I assume.
Terrifyingly so. Some were actually curious if maybe she had struck on a deal with Altea to literally gain sight of the future, or if maybe she was just naturally attuned with the way of fate. Some people likened it to be a god. Though godly essence is strange and bizarre and hard to come across, so I don't think it's a god. I think it's just attuned to fate. I
mean,
believe the name was Elias, something like that.
That's original.
If this Seer of Fortune were to kind of perch up on a singular island with a bunch of people there, do you think those people might have worshipped the Seer of Fortune as a god? If they didn't know better?
I mean, you all are very young. But there was a time before the gods really came into vogue. The Leviathans were worshipped as the original gods, and some of the divine essences actually came from them initially.
Really?
Yeah, some of them were gifted to mortals. Apparently, the Leviathans were some of the first beings that existed on this world. Before the Shepherd of Fate came forth.
You mean himself?
Yes, the Shepherd of Fate.
Oh, that's a new name.
Or the Shepherd
That's
of
new.
Life.
That's
Just
a new title.
Usually he's just referred to as the Shepherd.
And then Altea showed up.
Altea was quite a while after that. I mean, we're getting into the range of things that were even before my time.
I mean, when I met himself, he was nice.
Oh yes, he was a very cordial individual. I never got a chance to speak to him myself.
Could you tell if a Lavani, just due to the amount of magic they radiate?
Mm, not particularly. Lavania have a very keen sense about them of being able to mask and disguise themselves. Detect magic cannot pick up their transmutive abilities, as it goes as far as to transmute their very soul to some essence.
Well, then we might just need to use a sending then.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then at this point, the only way to truly see if someone is a Lavani is more or less to have true sight, which is a very powerful arcane form of vision.
I mean, we've met a few creatures with two sight. That's, I mean, how I figured it
Wait,
out.
well, you have been to the Zemotus temple, so that's not too surprising. I believe the current matriarch there is blessed with sight upon sight.
Vifolia,
Yes.
she's very big.
Yeah, she's quite large. She was smaller when I met her.
She could be smaller?
Yes, she grew to that size, so she was originally smaller. That is how that works.
I mean, given how we saw her, it's just kind of hard to believe.
Yeah.
Things start off small, then get big. That's kind of how aging works and growing. You are currently small. You should get a little bit bigger.
Well, I'm sorry. The biggest thing that I've ever seen is an ironwood tree.
Oh yeah, those things are huge.
Yes, they're ginormous. That's like my biggest frame ever.
Fair enough. Anyways. Yes, she's blessed with true sight as her just initial vision, which I can imagine gets really confusing sometimes. Because you see a lot of things when you see true sight. You could see into the realm of elsewhere as it overlays over top our own world with true sight.
I really had to get used to the fact that she was always watching.
Yeah, she can always see you if you're over there. She knows.
I live there.
Yeah, your name is Zemotus. You have to live there. You're part of that family.
I imagine that trying to have any personal time might be hard then.
No, I would just have to imagine you have to kind of accept the fact.
you just sort of learn to not care.
You,
Everything's made of glass.
Are the lower? Could one use magic on the lower levels of this tower?
What do you mean by that? Of course, you can cast magic anywhere in the city.
Well, a sending spell.
You can send. The private sanctum specifically stops people being able to look into here.
I did not know how the spell worked.
It's fine. I have it set up to where it specifically blocks scrying focuses. Because I don't like people watching me when I'm not looking at them.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's really rude to look at someone when they're not looking at you.
I do have one more question. This one's a bit more of a personal topic.
Okay.
Do you happen to know about a woman by the name of Madeline Karma?
Can't say it rings a bell currently.
Okay, no worries.
I've been here for a while, my friend.
Did you ever pilot the regalia?
No, but I helped make them.
You did.
Yeah, I helped with the initial construction of them. That's kind of why I got such a keen focus on arcane arts. I actually have a regalia at the top of this tower.
Is that why it's so big?
Yeah, it kind of has to be. Well, it's so big because I really like having the space. Plus, all of my cats like to be able to run around.
How many cats do you have?
Currently, 183.
That's
But
not as.
I take care of all the stray cats of the city.
Yeah,
This is-
that makes sense.
This is going to be a silly question, but do sublutions have a tendency to collect things?
I think people in general have a tendency to collect things.
I mean, in excess.
She has a lot of rabbits.
36. Counted them myself.
I don't believe so. I think that just comes down to personality.
Alright. I only ask because there's a possibility, that I may eventually, have to get into a crystal and pilot the regalia. It's not.
But you don't have to be in a crystal to pilot a regalia.
No. I mean, they piloted before the crystal too.
Well, the regalias have cockpits. You can sit inside them and pilot them around. The ones with crystals were designed to basically act as bodies for sublucidists who are basically killed but still wanted to keep fighting.
So angry souls.
Well, more just people who didn't want to give up the fight. They weren't souls, they were still alive.
I think it's less to do with rage and more with dedication and duty.
Yeah, they were basically crippled and wanted to keep fighting, so we built them really good prosthetics.
Suppose that's fair.
I just
Yeah.
hope I never have to pilot one.
It's actually quite enjoyable to pilot one. It's very empowering.
I can
Look at-
imagine.
Look at me, and would you ever trust me in that position?
Yes,
Why?
because it would be interesting.
I mean, you'd probably figure it out. I mean, they're designed for folks like you in mind, I think.
Well, current designs for them have been designed for anyone in mind. We learned how to make arcane batteries to power them, but that's a long-winded conversation that I doubt is you want to have right now. I could go forward and to explain to you the entirety of the intricacies that cause regalias to work currently.
I have a
Here's
question.
Sorry.
Oh, questions galore. Green one.
You ever met a gnome named Patton?
Oh my goodness. I have.
Yeah, I figured by how you responded.
Yes, I've met him.
Hmm.
He's one of those people who are trying to figure out how to make really small regalias and like Magitech arcane weaponry. It's very interesting It's a very interesting product of creation. Haven't worked with him in a while, but probably been about 10 years since I've worked with him.
Hmm.
Maybe he'd make one small enough for me.
I mean, last I knew, he was working on one for him, and he's smaller than you, so
That's possible?
he's
Yes,
a gnome, Keta.
I know, that's the joke.
There are many people smaller than you. The smallest full-grown person I've ever seen was 2 foot tall.
I mean, if that
Well, I've seen some pixies, so they're even smaller.
Yeah, I remember seeing
Yeah.
some sprites.
They're like at most like 6 inches tall.
Mm-hmm.
If that, for some of them.
Yeah. Not tall as the tallest pixie I've ever seen is like 8 inches tall. They're tiny. Their babies are little beans.
I don't have any other questions.
Purple one, the Failsy, I think you said your name was. You were asking me something before I said the green one could talk?
Yes, is there a way to make finding the key to a regalia easier, or at least remake a lost key?
Well, most regalias don't require keys. They just have arcane enchantments that if you have any form of magic in your blood, you can power them up. The only regalias that ever required keys were the ones that we made specifically with fragments of godly essence. Most people have been making more regalia since then that I don't know of.
You made them with fragments of godly?
Yeah. Like Ignesia, Aquila. Granum never let us make one for him. He wasn't particularly interested in the war to begin with.
No, he was just a good man that had to go to war.
Yeah, he was... A lot of people called him a pansy, but I just think he was someone who wanted to try to settle things peacefully, but was thrown into a situation where peace wasn't an option.
He was a
Yeah,
leader
that sounds about
beforehand.
right.
Anyways. Yeah, they were constantly. They had like an inferiority complex about their power. Frankly, it was sad.
I mean, it explains why they attacked Granum.
Don't know
Yeah.
about that.
Hit him on the back. Hit him on the back of the head. Very nasty.
I'm sure you have your reasons for believing that. I don't know about that. Anyways, but yeah, we made one specifically out of fragments of the godly essence they had inside them to further augment their powers. We also made weapons and armor for each one of them to augment their abilities to make them even more capable during wartime. Like there was a specific. Do you all know what a genasi is? Wait,
I've run into a few.
Yeah, you're from Tesvarel. You should know what they are.
I assume I have no fucking clue.
Not really. You're not from a place where they exist.
Brimstone has not been to Tesvarel in a long time.
Did-
You would
Didn't-
still be aware of the genasi.
Yeah, just
Didn't-
the
No, the elemental people.
yeah, them.
Wait, like our drow friend?
Well,
As
he's
far as
not
you're aware, he
drow.
was a sorcerer.
Hmm.
I don't remember if he ever actually revealed that to you guys. I can't remember. That's been a while ago.
He talked about how he was somewhat involved with it.
Yeah.
I forget. I forget if his name is Flair or not.
Yeah, his name was Flare.
Yeah, it's Flare.
No, Flair wasn't a genasi. He was just a drow. It's more like it's a race of people who have elemental magic to them.
Actually, to state it as your characters would understand, they are elemental constructs pulled directly from the spirit of fire.
Yeah,
They're elemental constructs formed out of the energy of the Hellmouth to basically handle in very intense situations that mortals can't go into.
Okay.
So,
So for
yeah.
So for a correction, they're elemental constructs that are a bit more common in Tesrel. Usually, they're made of fire.
Yes, they're made of fire. They're typically made of fire, though some are consistent with lightning, air magic types of things like that. And some are with water and stone, though those are a bit more rare in Tesvarel. The most common one is fire because they're formed from the Hellmouth's energy. There was one who specifically was particularly good at manipulating this essence that we set them to task with forging weapons out of the godly essences. Weapons and armor. He made quite a few of them.
Was he a drow?
He was a Gyansi. Genasi.
Well, Flair is a very good blacksmith. I mean, he told us about Primum.
The Flair is not a genasi. Flair is a drow.
I
They're two
think.
very different things.
Yeah,
if you were standing next to a fire genasi, you would know.
yeah, just like how
You
you're
would
not
be
a
like
tiefling.
on fire.
Yeah, just like how you're not a tiefling or an Azamar, you're a Solutionist.
Yeah, if you were standing next to a fire genasi, you would know because they would be constantly radiating a fire-like energy.
Almost like if it was raining, they wouldn't get wet.
Yeah, it would probably just turn to steam around them.
Hmm.
So
That
we
sounds
know
oddly
they-
familiar.
Flair was a sorcerer. Phoenix sorcerer.
Interesting.
Son of Ignesia.
Interesting. I've met a few Phoenix sorcerers. They definitely don't have that ability.
He was definitely different.
I put the flower crown on his head, and it just in flames, ashes.
That sounds like a genasi.
See, I'm not crazy.
But he was in the form of a drow, not...
Disguise self is a thing. So is alter self.
Well, you'd be on fire if you were around him, so it must have been a very powerful camouflage he was wearing.
Felsey's just dug out in my pack. I just spotted it. Drawings of Flare. That Felsey drew because he revealed his like his phoenix sort of form.
Yeah, we spread out the fire halo around him.
Felsi made lots of drawings of him, and that's been sitting in a pack for ever.
Yeah, that is certainly the aspect of a phoenix sorcerer, and definitely a fire genasi.
Hmm.
Interesting. But hopefully the narrative Ignesia wanted to spread about them doesn't continue to be prolificated.
He seemed just very sad, and I know he was a really good blacksmith.
Yeah, Ignesia really wants to spread the idea that they're mindless constructs, but they're not.
Does she just want to keep him under her control?
That's Ignesia.
Yeah,
God,
that sounds
no
about right.
No wonder she sounds terrible.
I mean, all things considered, she's a fine leader. She's just very controlling.
Which regalia did you make for Ignesia?
The regalia we made for Ignesia was, I believe we dubbed it the Molten Regalia.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, considering.
Yes, it was a regalia forged from the very essence of the Hellmouth itself. He also forged for her the Magma Thorn, which was a sword of great power.
Sounds it.
Now, if I wanted the key to that regalia, how would I find it?
Yeah, I don't know. You probably have to go. You probably have to figure out whoever originally drove it, because quite a few of the regalias weren't actually even driven by the gods. They were driven by their prime champions.
Couldn't even do the dirty work themselves.
I don't think they've chosen any.
Oh, they had champions. I'm sure I have notes on that. I'll find them later.
Oh, goody. Another book hunt.
Yeah, I'll do it for you. I'm curious about it myself now.
Someone drove it into the desert and left it there.
I remember it being stolen.
They hid it in the
Someone-
desert then.
Goody, so it's even
Someone
harder.
take it on a joyride?
Apparently.
I think it was actually someone who was specifically wronged by her.
Oh.
Oops.
You know,
Though I can't really blame them given her general attitude.
Yeah.
we don't know exactly how old Flair is. And I mean, what I'm saying is maybe he might have taken it into the desert to hide it from her.
I am pissed if the key was like sitting right next to me for all the way from Hornport to the middle of the ocean.
Well, the key would have been the Magma Thorn.
No.
I think we're gonna find a big old sword.
guess
for it.
Didn't he have a great sword?
He
He
did.
never used it.
Belzy slams head on desk.
Yeah, it should have been a. If I remember correctly, it is a great sword that, in its inactive state, appears to be a blade covered in coal powder, like a blade constantly covered in blackened ash.
I'm fairly certain that's what his sword
Just
looked
Failsy
like.
pulls up a table. Bam, 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 bam.
Just pulls up the little sitting table, just starts whacking her head on it.
I mean, if you want Failsy, I could contact Flair to see where he is.
I'm going to mug him for his sword.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Or you can
Well,
just
that-
tell me you're gonna use it to get back at Ignesia.
Well, that sounds like personal business. That's not my business.
Yeah, I would say it's better to stay out on this case.
Anyways,
Oh, that's that question answered. Back to the more immediate, what might destroy the city. What is under the city? This tomb.
a bunch of bones.
Bones.
Dead things.
So
Dead
what's in
things
the-
tend to be buried in tombs, yeah.
Yes, it is a massive tomb. This was actually the place where the final fight, where the final conflict in the First War happened.
So, is the calm emotions effect, is that to keep the rage of those who had fallen out?
Well, to be honest, I don't strictly remember what's down there because it's been a while since I've gone down there except to maintain the device. And honestly, you're lucky you've gotten this much out of me. My memory's usually a lot more scattered than this, but I'm trying to be good right now.
And it's much appreciated.
Also, I have cats looking at my books right now, feeding information directly into my brain.
That's
Okay.
useful.
They are very smart kitties.
A couple of awakened spells, and a couple of really nicely fed cats, and boy howdy, do they make wonderful wizard's assistants.
They know how to open doors. They're very...
Cats know how to do a lot of things.
Maybe I could teach the rabbits at home to open doors.
They don't have the ability to stand on their feet and do proper things. You'd be surprised at how dexterous cats are. Anyways, I don't strictly remember what's down there. All I remember is this was where the last conflict of the Great War happened, and then again the last conflict of the Advent War happened.
So
there's two wars of bodies down there.
Maybe a bit of corruption.
So is it
maybe a lot of
is that
corruption.
the source of this madness that you're trying to keep away?
Yes, whatever is currently down there is radiating an intensely powerful. I don't want to say enraging, but it causes people to go mad.
Corruption, most likely, then.
Corruption, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Corruption. That's what that's called. Yeah, that's what the weird dragon thing did.
I had to expel some corruption from my
None of you know what that word means, by the way.
What? Weird what thing?
The shepherd called it a dragon. I don't really explicitly know what that means, other than a direct descriptor of the creature we fought.
What did it look like?
Dragon.
Does the corruption
cool
normally
name,
grow
though.
eyes?
Say again?
Does the corruption normally grow eyes and like move?
It can.
Okay,
Like I've had to kill things that come out of there before, and so have many of the guards of the castle.
I'm just curious because all I saw was a black goop fall out of Graham's head, and then it grew eyes and smiled and then disappeared.
That sounds like corruption. It's basically sentient madness, if you want to think about it.
I'd rather not.
This dragon, what did it look like?
That's a wonderful question. It did not have a single shape. Like, as it walked and moved, it would actively create new limbs and appendages for itself to walk with.
That's fucking weird.
Formless,
Yes,
misty darkness.
It would occasionally spew darkness out of it. It's kind of indicative of corruption.
Did it ever talk?
It did to one person. Or a couple of people. I know it talked to... God, what is its name? I know... He starts like actually knocking on his skull. I know its name.
Describe what it is.
Like I said, it was a creature that constantly reformed itself.
Oh. Its name.
Yes, its name. I can't remember its name. What was its name?
I might know it. If it's what I'm thinking of.
Well, lay it on me, girl. I don't know how you would, but lay it on me.
Corvanus.
That was it.
That's the bastard.
That's the bastard. Corvanus the Eternal, the Dread Tyrant, the root of all things evil. Not really, but a little bit.
He just sounds like
a
a
lot of
nature
it's
prick.
Dragon, apparently.
Yes, it was a dragon. There were actually multiple dragons. Apparently, it was just a type of creature. Not many of them existed in the world, though.
I wonder if the shepherd was the reason for the dragon.
He brought them with him, like he brought a lot of creatures with him. Most life in this world traces its way back to him bringing it with them, other than the Leviathans. They were here before us.
I mean, given that I saw in the Mountain of Repetition, he had some help.
Yeah. But yes. So it was a dragon. Kind of just walk through anything we put up against it until. And oh, you asked who it talked to. It talked, I'm assuming, to Magisteria, who it corrupted and turned to its side.
Hmm.
Sort of made her into what we understand her to be nowadays, after the other gods sort of had disagreements with her.
And shattered her.
And to my understanding, something along that line happened. It was constant disagreements because she wasn't particularly good to begin with.
So she eventually ended up sympathizing with him.
Yeah. Well, sympathizing or simply turned to his cause. I don't quite understand it myself. All I know is that she herself was never truly a good god, merely neutral and typically chaotic by nature.
And the corruption only made it worse.
Yes. It made the whole situation much worse, but it was because she turned to his side temporarily, we were actually able to beat this.
I assume this dragon was an intelligent creature, at least.
Oh yes, immensely intelligent, though not particularly good at communication, since it spoke a very bizarre language that I'm still translating.
You know,
I believe the lizard folk and the UNT actually learned how to speak it.
I wonder if that's where my last name came from then, because that word sounds so much to my last name.
What's your last name?
Drakenfell.
I wouldn't be too surprised then, considering Drakenfell is the name that belonged to the heroes that eventually felled Corvanus.
Wait, what?
That was the name of the title given to the heroes that fell Corvanus.
I guess that makes sense.
I mean, wow, that long.
It's also why this place is called Fellhaven.
Because that's where it fell.
Yep. This place was called Fellhaven. It was built as a bastion against anything that would attempt to raise him.
The thing
Oh.
Gee, then I wonder what's in the tomb.
Morgan just looks over at
Oh
Failsy.
yeah, that's what's in the tomb.
he's in the tomb.
Yeah, a bunch of his bones are down there.
Morgan
But
just
wait.
looks over to Failsy.
Wait, no. Then what about the egg that we found?
Okay.
Well, that's his bones. His physical existence is down there. From what I understood, when we killed him, the people who gained the title Drakenfell used some connection he decided to form with someone, I don't remember the details on that one, to also shatter his soul.
I mean, you keep them apart.
Yeah, it was the only way to kill him. He was literally immortal. Unlike even the gods themselves, he was literally immortal.
Yeah, you gotta keep them all apart so he doesn't come back together again.
Actually, well, technically, like the gods themselves, he was literally immortal. Like Altea is technically immortal and just shattered.
So that means Grandmom's side of the family. Wait, yeah, no, Grandmom's side of the family, because Brimley. So this is a new revelation, because I never knew where the last name came from.
Yeah, that's where it comes from.
Sir, you've been actually immensely helpful today.
Well, it certainly seems to be. You all seem to have this like weird, elated sense of curiosity, terror, and relief on your faces. It's a lot of things.
It's a lot of
Yeah, I would definitely describe it as a feeling of
My favorite emotion.
If I may be indulgent in just a silly kind of petty personal question.
Cool. Ask it.
Cool, I'm down.
I'm pretty sure all of these questions so far have been pretty personal. Go ahead and ask.
This one's kind of petty.
Okay.
A man named Gregory O'Brien hasn't come through here, has he?
He has.
That
was a couple of years ago, though.
Oh. Like, within the last 5, you would say, or...?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
But recent years kind of blur together, not gonna lie to you.
Fair enough, fair enough. I figured it wouldn't hurt to ask.
But yeah, he came to me, spoke to me. I believe he also spoke to Keeper. And I pointed him in the direction of some people I knew in the Blossom Kingdom.
Oh.
It looks like our next course of path after might be the Blossom.
Well,
I
do
can meet you in
happen
my
to know.
I can meet you in my tower over there if you guys want to head over there as well. I have a teleportation circle there.
Well, not right this second.
I'm saying whenever you do, just send me a
Hmm.
message.
And also, I know a few people out there as well. Oh, Tim, do you happen to know Akari?
Not gonna lie, which member of the council is that again?
The head one.
Don't have too many dealings with the council. My affairs over there are kind of private, but I am aware of them. I believe I've personally met with. Check my notes. I don't think I've personally met with Akari.
Okay, just a curiosity.
Okay,
Now that I've met you, I can send sending to you.
of course. And I can send so to you as well. I'll definitely be probably sending your friend over there, the human one, eventually, because I have his blood and hair, and I'm gonna try to figure out that situation for him since he seems so curious about it.
I mean, when we eventually make our way over to Tezril, I do have Grandma. I have to ask some questions of Grandma because apparently, long line of heroes, I guess.
Hmm.
How
Shouldn't
many?
be too shocked.
How many were given the name Drakenfell?
Well, they were given the choice to take it as their last name. It was a title initially. You know how that goes when it comes to the dissension of names.
Well,
Mm.
then
They start off as titles, and eventually the person adopts them as a coat of arms, and then it becomes a last name. Then coat of arms don't really mean that much anymore in this day and age. It gets very confusing how you guys decide what your fucking names are.
I mean, from what I know, it's either.
I think now you're just born with them. You don't pick them anymore.
Yeah, no, I just
Some-
technically given.
Monaghan just shrugs and goes, "Well, some tieflings pick different names from what they were given."
Oh yeah, that's virtue names, though. I mean, like, titles and such. It's weird.
Fair
There's
enough.
not as much. There's not as much royal honor in this day and age.
Technically, I had three choices of a last name. They just chose to give me my dad's.
Fair enough. Anyways,
We should probably go
Yes.
check out Lee.
I believe that title was given to 5 adventurers, maybe 6. I don't remember.
And I'd have to ask if their grandmama, great ancestor was among them.
I mean, probably, considering.
I mean, it might be a bit easy to pick them out if they're not all tieflings.
5.
Yeah.
It was 5.
Anyway, I do believe we've taken enough of your time.
yeah,
And
Sorry.
only one of them was a tiefling, actually. A tiefling woman.
Huh.
Huh.
Well, that narrows it down, doesn't it?
yeah. Do you know her name?
No, not really. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Well, now I have to leave.
I remember vaguely their races, I believe. I know one of them was a tiefling woman. Another one was like a weird half-giant male, I think. They're people that the shepherd apparently brought with them.
Hmm. Interesting.
Wait.
Er-
A blue skin tiefling woman? No,
Yeah.
not blue. Blue.
No, purple, I think. Lavender works. Let's go with lavender. Then like a half giant man, some sort, a half giant girl,
the half giant man had big ears, kind of yellowish.
probably.
You've
What
heard
are
this
you
story
going
before,
on
haven't
about?
you?
No, I've seen these people. I've seen these people in the Mountain of Repetition.
I remember
Cool.
you saying something about that.
Yeah, himself approached these individuals and said, "Well, I need your help," and then the division ended. And
I don't remember the other two. I'm sorry.
well, no, there was a very no, oh no, I only saw those 3. But now I know. Wait, I saw my great grandma. I guess. Great. Well, that's a great. That's a lot of greats.
Many hundreds
Great
of years of
ancestor.
dissension. Yeah, your ancestor.
Yeah. Oh, she looks so pretty.
I mean, you only saw 3, though, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I only saw. I can only clearly see 3.
I'm not gonna
mean-
lie, 3 of them were particularly more flamboyant about their heroism.
I mean,
I remember the other 2 being a little bit more private about it.
that could just mean that the other 2 might share a common ancestry.
I don't know.
Maybe.
But I got to see her. She was so pretty.
They might have been humans, I don't remember, to be honest.
This doesn't really matter.
Anyway,
Sorry about that.
It's okay. No, we should probably go check on Lee. We've been away for a bit.
I don't know what a
hopefully
Lee is, but you probably should check on...
Her boyfriend.
You all hear an explosion ring out from another part of the city.
Oh no.
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 The,
Kata,
the
sending.
the scrying orb. The scrying.
Cat is gonna cast it and go, Lee, are you okay? What's wrong?
You don't get a reply. And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Damn it.
Because we went way over.
Yeah, we did.
Keta lets out the loudest scream.
We're done. No more screaming.
Yeah, no, we're done.
Okay.
Go.
Okay. Oh god, we're done. Oh lord.
Yeah, we're done. Go.
We went way over. You guys talked to Tim a lot more than I thought you would.
I don't have any chills.
Does anybody? I think is the better question. Because I don't.
Other than the retelling of people will be here again tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next week.
God, I don't think
Yeah.
I could do this 2 nights in a row.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
you
no.
guys had a lot more questions for Tim than I was expecting you to.
Well, he's an endless source of information.
He's
You
very
guys
nice.
you guys keep happening to find the really old characters in this world.
He kept talking.
That's his character.
Yeah, and Brimstone is just like,
Okay.
All right.
Then
good thing
we
you're
realized,
useful.
If no one else has anything to shill, then excuse me. Let's just tell them where they can find us, and then in the night, and then go to bed.
Yeah, so if you guys enjoyed this rambling and fun and oh god session, then please come back to the same channel next Thursday at or around 7 p.m. EST, and we're gonna find out what happened with that explosion.
Keta's gonna wreck some shit.
Maybe.
This took a lot longer because I didn't initially plan for Keta to be in this conversation.
I'm
She
sorry.
had a lot of questions.
I'm
All
I
conversations get longer with Keta.
I technically had another one, but I wanted to wait for everyone else to finish with theirs.
I'm sorry, Ash.
It's fine. If you have another question, send it to me. He'd answer it before you guys leave.
Yeah, it would have been something Brimstone wouldn't have wanted the other people to be in the recording with.
Failsy had one more, but that was more of a because he mentioned the new boss lady.
Well,
Anyways,
Siobhan's not there, but he has one, which is when can these 2 get drinks and swap stories?
Chiffon would quickly become the smartest person Failsy knows if she spent like a night just chatting to this guy.
By the way, this library is completely filled with books that he has written.
I mean, he has a lot of time. A theoretically infinite supply, as long as nothing happens to him that would prevent him from coming back.
well,
He's a revenant, so nothing can.
Eh, fair.
Anyway,
Yes.
bye everybody.
Goodbye. We'll be here again next week around the same time. Hopefully, maybe closer to on time. But it will never happen.
Never.
Look, we tried.
we got pretty damn close this week.
30 minutes off is not that bad for us.
Oh no.
Yeah, usually it's 45.
Maybe we'll get it down to 15 next week. It'll never be on time, but maybe it will be 15.
Oh, we'll see. We'll
All right.
see.
But yes. Goodbye.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you.